This is the Old Testament, and I'll tell you right away, this ain't just a dusty book of rules and genealogies, but an epic saga of betrayal, battles, miracles, romance, divine showdowns, and yes, some humor along the way. This isn't Sunday school. This is the entire story of the Old Testament, told like never before. Fun, honest, down to earth, and sprinkled with just the right amount of humor to make your grandma blush and your theology professor nod in approval. From the garden to the giants, plagues to prophets, burning bushes to broken covenants, we're unpacking it all. No stone tablet left unturned. Whether you've never cracked open a Bible or you've got Leviticus memorized, this 4-hour journey will open your eyes to just how wild, weird, and wonderful God's story really is. So let's get right into it. The book of Genesis, where it all begins, and things get wild fast. Now the book of Genesis is like the Bible's opening act, the first season of an epic drama series that covers everything from the creation of the universe to sibling rivalry that makes any modern family feud look like child's play. It's got it all. Talking snakes, worldwide floods, and a guy who has the guts to wrestle with God. And spoiler, Jacob needs a chiropractor after that one. Alrighty then, chapter 1 and 2, Creation, the original DIY project. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This is how it all starts. No Big Bang. Well, maybe. Jury's still out on that one. No committee meetings, just God speaking things into existence like a cosmic Bob Ross, painting happy little stars and continents. In 6 days, he creates everything: light, water, sky, land, plants, animals, and finally, the pièce de résistance, humans. Yep, Adam and Eve are the ultimate DIY project. God says, let us make man in our image. And boom, Adam is formed from dust. Imagine that, a man literally made from dirt. It's like God made a sandcastle, breathed into it, and said, that'll do. Then, seeing Adam was a bit lonely, God whipped up Eve from one of Adam's ribs. Forget Tinder. This is the original matchmaking service. Chapter 3, the snake, the apple, and the first big oops. Things are going pretty well in the Garden of Eden. Endless fruit buffets, zero clothing budget, no rush hour traffic, until a talking snake shows up. The snake, aka Satan, convinces Eve to eat from the tree of knowledge, the only tree God specifically told them not to touch. It's like telling a toddler not to eat the cookies, and then leaving them alone with a cookie jar. Eve eats the fruit, Adam eats it too, and suddenly they're like, whoa, we're naked. They immediately try to cover themselves with fig leaves, the world's first and probably least effective fashion trend. When God shows up for a chat, Adam and Eve are hiding behind trees like that's going to work. God calls them out, and as a result, they're banished from the garden. Lesson of the day: always read the fine print when it comes to divine rules. Chapter 4 and 5, Cain and Abel, the first sibling rivalry. Fast forward a bit, and Adam and Eve have 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Cain works the land, while Abel tends sheep. Both bring offerings to God, but God likes Abel's offering better. Cain gets super jealous, like, I'm gonna go full Hulk jealous, and kills his brother. It's basically the Bible's version of Keeping Up with the Cain Kardashians, but with even more drama, as if that were possible. God calls out Cain, who gives the classic, "Am I my brother's keeper?" excuse. God, unimpressed, punishes Cain by making him a wanderer. Moral of the story, family squabbles are as old as time, and maybe, just maybe, don't resort to murder when your sibling gets more attention. Chapters 6 through 9, Noah, the Ark, and a whole lot of water. Next up, we meet Noah, who wins the award for the most ambitious weekend project ever, building an ark. Why? Because humanity has gone off the rails, and God decides to hit the reset button with a worldwide flood. God tells Noah, build a big boat and gather 2 of every animal. Noah doesn't even ask questions. He just starts hammering away. So the flood comes, and Noah's family and a boatload of animals survive. After 40 days and 40 nights, the waters recede, and Noah lands on Mount Ararat. To celebrate, Noah builds an altar, and God sends a rainbow as a promise not to flood the earth again. Pretty cool, right? Noah's family repopulates the earth, which, considering how small the guest list on the ark was, must have been one epic family reunion. Chapters 11, the Tower of Babel, when communication breaks down. Not long after, people start getting a little too full of themselves. They decide to build a tower to the sky, thinking they can reach heaven. It's like an ancient skyscraper project, but without the proper permits. God sees this and says, nope, not happening. He confuses their language, making them unable to understand each other. The construction project comes to a halt, and everyone scatters across the earth. This is the origin of different languages, and probably why learning Spanish in high school was so tough. Chapters 12 to 25, Abraham, father of many, and some wild adventures. Now we get to the story of Abraham, the guy God chooses to be the father of many nations. God promises Abraham that his descendants will be as numerous as the stars in the sky. Even though Abraham and his wife Sarah are both super old, like 100 years old, Sarah actually laughs when she hears God's plan, which is fair. Imagine being told you're going to have a kid at that age. It's laugh or cry material. Despite their age, Isaac is born. But before that, there's a bit of a subplot where Abraham and Sarah try to help God out by having Abraham have a child with Sarah's servant, Hagar. Spoiler, it doesn't go well. But despite the ups and downs, Abraham's faith becomes legendary, and God keeps his promise. Chapters 27 to 36, Jacob and Esau, the ultimate family feud. Abraham's grandson Jacob is next up, and he's a bit of a trickster. He tricks his twin brother Esau out of his birthright for a bowl of soup. Yep, that's right, soup. Later, he disguises himself as Esau to get their father's blessing. Esau, understandably, is furious and starts plotting revenge. Jacob runs off and has his own adventures, including wrestling with God. That's right, an all-out, all-night wrestling match with the Almighty, and Jacob gets a hip injury as a souvenir. Eventually, he makes peace with Esau, and his 12 sons become the fathers of the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob's family tree is starting to look like a reality show. There's drama, betrayal, and a lot of sibling tension. Chapters 37 to 50, Joseph, dreams, drama, and deliverance. Last but not least, we get the story of Joseph, Jacob's favorite son, who gets a little too cozy with his position as dad's favorite. His brothers are less than thrilled with his Technicolor Dreamcoat and his habit of bragging about his dreams. So, naturally, they throw him into a pit and sell him into slavery. Classic sibling move, right? Joseph ends up in Egypt, where he goes from prisoner to Pharaoh's right-hand man by interpreting dreams. Talk about a career upgrade. Eventually, Joseph's brothers come to Egypt looking for food during a famine. In an epic plot twist, Joseph forgives them and saves his family from starvation. It's a beautiful story of forgiveness, reconciliation, and maybe a little payback with some dramatic reveals. So to conclude Genesis, it was a messy beginning to a divine plan. The book of Genesis is a whirlwind of creation, family drama, betrayal, and redemption. It shows us that while things can get messy, really messy, God's plan always unfolds, sometimes in ways we least expect. From the garden to the flood, from Abraham's faith to Joseph's rise to power, Genesis reminds us that no matter where we come from, God's got a bigger story in mind. It's a reminder that even when we don't understand what's happening, we're part of a divine masterpiece in the making.
The book of Exodus, the ultimate escape plan. With plagues, parting seas, and a lot of manna. We're talking bread from the heavens, y'all. Alright friends, let's get into the book of Exodus. A tale of epic escapes, divine intervention, and yes, more plagues than you ever want in your lifetime. Now picture this. The Hebrews are stuck in Egypt, enslaved and living under a Pharaoh who has no concept of a work-life balance. They're calling out to God for some serious help, and what they get is the ultimate hero. Enter Moses. But this isn't just your average hero story. Moses has a burning bush, a magical staff, and the ability to part entire bodies of water. It's a wild ride from start to finish. So let's get into it, shall we? Chapter 1. The Hebrews are in trouble. So Exodus kicks off with the Hebrews hanging out in Egypt. Actually, not hanging out, more like being forced into hard labor by the Egyptian king, aka Pharaoh. It's been a few hundred years since Joseph helped out with that whole famine situation back in Genesis, and now the Hebrews have been reduced to a bricklaying, pyramid-building machines. Pharaoh is paranoid that the Hebrews are multiplying too quickly. Relatable if you've ever panicked at the sight of a family reunion. So he decides to oppress them even more. And when that doesn't work, he issues the world's most horrifying decree. All baby boys must be thrown into the Nile. Talk about dark times. Chapter 2. Moses, from basket case to Egypt's worst nightmare. Enter baby Moses. His mom, unwilling to follow the baby boy into the Nile policy, decides to float him down the river in a basket. So technically she's following the law, right? Luckily, Pharaoh's daughter finds baby Moses, and instead of thinking, yes, a Hebrew child, time to call the guards, she thinks, How cute, I think I'll keep him. And just like that, Moses goes from Nile orphan to Egyptian prince. He grows up in the Pharaoh's palace, probably getting way too comfortable with the royal life. That is, until one day, he sees an Egyptian beating a Hebrew and decides to step in. Spoiler alert, he kills the guy. Panicking, Moses flees to the desert, where he becomes a shepherd and lays low for about 40 years. Moses seems to have a thing for long waits in the desert, as we'll see later. Chapter 3, the burning bush, and now things get lit. While Moses is minding his own business, taking care of some sheep, God decides it's time to call him into action. How? Through a burning bush, of course. Yes, a bush that's on fire, but somehow not burning up at the same time. So wrap your head around that. This is an ancient biblical foreshadowing for all the wild stuff Moses will do later. God speaks to Moses from the bush, telling him to go back to Egypt and lead the Israelites out of slavery. Naturally, Moses is like, are you sure about that? I'm not really great at public speaking. But God is persistent and basically tells him, don't worry, I'll give you the words. Also, here's a magic staff that turns into a snake for dramatic effect. Moses reluctantly agrees. Chapter 4 to 12, let my people go. Also, enjoy these 10 plagues. Moses returns to Egypt, staff in hand, and marches into Pharaoh's palace with his brother at his side. And then he delivers the iconic line, let my people go. And the Pharaoh, in classic villain style, responds with, nah, I'm good. And so begins the 10 plagues, the biblical version of a really bad day stretched out over time. Here's the highlight reel. Water into blood. Gross and highly inconvenient. Frogs everywhere. I'm talking frogs in your bed, frogs in your cereal, frogs on your frogs. Third up, we got gnats, which are itchy and annoying. Then we've got flies, also itchy and also annoying. And now your livestock starts dying. Farmers, not too happy. And then the unpleasant boils, painful and unpleasant. Next, we have hail, but like giant hail that destroys everything type hail. Then we've got the locusts, the world's worst infestation. Then darkness, 3 days of pitch black. Imagine the power went out during your favorite Netflix binge. Oh, the horror. Then, the worst plague of them all, death of the firstborn. This is the one that finally breaks the Pharaoh's spirit. After the 10th plague, Pharaoh finally says, fine, get out of here, and the Hebrews begin their journey to freedom. But hold on to your sandals, it's not smooth sailing just yet. Now, chapter 13 to 14, the Great Escape, with a parting sea. The Hebrews make their way out of Egypt, led by Moses, who's probably starting to feel like a superhero at this point. But then Pharaoh has a second thought and decides to chase after them with his army. Cue the epic chase scene. Pharaoh's chariots are closing in, and the Hebrews trapped between them and the Red Sea. Talk about a tough situation. But then Moses, using the trusty staff of his, parts the Red Sea. And yes, you heard that right. He splits the sea literally into two, creating a dry path for the Hebrews to cross through. The Egyptians try to follow, but just as they're halfway through, the waters come crashing down on them, and the Pharaoh's army is completely wiped out. Moses 1, Pharaoh 0. Chapters 15 to 18, the desert road trip, now with extra complaints. So, now they're all free, the Hebrews set off into the wilderness, and things immediately start to get a little, whiny? They're thirsty, they're hungry, and they start missing the good old days in Egypt, conveniently forgetting about the whole slavery part. But God provides manna, a mysterious bread-like substance that falls from the sky every morning, and water flows from a rock when Moses strikes it. It's basically the original version of a drive-thru, minus the convenience and an actual car. Yet the complaints don't stop. If there's one thing humans are good at, it's finding something to complain about even when bread is literally raining from the sky. Chapters 19 to 31. Rules, rules, and rules. This is where the 10 Commandments drop. Fast forward a bit, and the Hebrews are camped out on Mount Sinai. God calls Moses up to the mountain for a chat, and here's where we get the 10 Commandments, the ultimate rulebook. These commandments are pretty straightforward. Don't steal, don't murder, be nice to your parents, etc. But they form the foundation of morality for generations to come. But while Moses is up on the mountain, the people below are getting restless. They decide to make a golden calf, because apparently making an idol is the next logical step when you're bored. Moses is not thrilled. When he comes back down and sees his people are worshipping a cow statue, he breaks the stone tablets in frustration. And that's understandable, really. But after a stern talking to and some repentance, they get back on track. Chapters 32 to 40, the tabernacle and the glory of God. The final chapters of Exodus are really all about the construction of the tabernacle. Basically, a portable temple for God to dwell among the people. There are detailed instructions on how to build it, and the people donate materials and work together to make it happen. By the end, God's glory fills the tabernacle, showing that He is still with them, even in the wilderness. So in conclusion, the book of Exodus is a journey of faith, freedom, and a lot of walking. The book of Exodus is more than just a wild escape story, though. It's about freedom, faith, and learning to trust God, even when you're wandering in the desert, covered in dust, tired of eating manna. bread from the sky. The Israelites' journey from slavery to freedom is a powerful reminder that God hears our cries, even when we feel stuck in impossible situations. It's also a lesson in patience. Sometimes the Israelites had to learn, often the hard way. Exodus teaches us that God is not just about grand, miraculous escapes, though those are pretty cool. He also presents the day-to-day struggles, providing what we need, even if it's not always what we expect. So whether you're facing your own personal Red Sea moments or just feeling lost in the wilderness of life, remember God is with you, leading you through it all. And hey, if He can part a sea, He can definitely handle whatever you're dealing with. Leviticus, here we come. The book of Leviticus, rules, regulations, and some really specific sacrifices. In this book, God lays down the law, literally. If you thought the Bible was all stories and miracles, buckle up, because Leviticus is packed with rules, regulations, and lots of instructions on sacrifices. It's like the ultimate ancient DIY guide for priests. But don't worry, there's plenty of wisdom in here for all of us. Even if you're not planning on sacrificing any livestock this weekend, so grab your priestly robes and a notebook, because Leviticus is about to get real. Chapters 1 and 7, sacrifices and more sacrifices, with a side order of sacrifices. The first few chapters are all about sacrifices. There are burnt offerings, grain offerings, peace offerings, sin offerings, and even guilt offerings. If you've got a goat or a bull lying around, this is where you learn how to properly sacrifice it to God. And no, this isn't a BBQ tutorial, it's all about atonement. Now let's be real, this can feel a bit overwhelming. It's like going to a restaurant with a 10-page menu, but every dish involves some form of livestock. The key here is understanding that these sacrifices were a way for the people of Israel to connect with God and make things right when they messed up. So while we might not be out here sacrificing lambs, the idea of seeking forgiveness and restoring our relationship with God still holds up today. Chapters 8 to 10, Aaron and his sons, priestly initiations, aka don't mess this up, guys. Next up, we've got Aaron and his sons being consecrated as priests. This is basically the ancient version of a priestly ordination ceremony, but with a lot more blood and oil. God gives Moses all the details on how to get these guys ready for their priestly duties, and let's just say it involves some very precise rituals. But things take a sudden turn in chapter 10 when Nadab and Abihu, Aaron's sons, decide to get creative with the whole sacrificing thing and offer unauthorized fire before the Lord. Spoiler alert, this does not go well for them. They're struck down immediately, which is a pretty intense way of saying, follow the rules. The lesson here, God's holiness isn't something to mess around with. The priesthood was serious business, and God's instructions were given for a reason. So if you ever feel tempted to wing it during an important task, just remember Nadab and Abihu. Chapters 11 to 15, clean and unclean, aka what not to eat, touch, or do. Leviticus is also where you get the famous lists of clean and unclean animals. This is like the original food guide, but instead of counting calories, it's all about holiness. Want to eat some shrimp? Nope, not so fast. They're on the unclean list. Got a hankering for some pork? Nope, that's unclean too. But it's not just about the food. There are also detailed laws about purity related to things like skin diseases, bodily discharges, and even mold in your house. So if you're planning on inviting people over for a dinner party, in ancient Israel, you might want to make sure your house is spotless, literally. Now, before you start feeling bad for all those Israelites who couldn't enjoy bacon, remember that these laws weren't just random restrictions. They were about setting Israel apart as God's holy people. It's like God saying, you're different, so live differently. These rules help the Israelites remember who they belong to, even in the small stuff. Chapter 16, the Day of Atonement, aka the ultimate do-over day. Now we're getting to one of the most important parts of Leviticus, the Day of Atonement, also known as Yom Kippur. This was the one day each year when the high priest, that was Aaron, would enter the Holy of Holies and make atonement for the sins of the entire nation. The process involves two goats. One gets sacrificed and the other becomes a scapegoat, literally. The priest lays the sins of the people on the scapegoat and it's sent off into the wilderness, symbolizing the removal of their sins. It's kind of like hitting the reset button on all the mistakes from the past year. The takeaway? God always provides a way for us to be forgiven and restored. It's a powerful reminder that no matter how much we mess up, God's mercy is always bigger. Chapters 17 to 27, the Holiness Codes, rules for living the good and holy life. The final chapters of Leviticus are all about how to live a holy life. These are rules about everything from moral behavior to festivals to how the Israelites should treat their neighbors. It's like God saying, here's how to reflect my holiness in every part of your life. One famous part of these chapters is Leviticus 19 and verse 18, where God says, love your neighbor as yourself. Yep, That's from Leviticus, not just the New Testament. So if you ever thought this book was just about sacrifices and weird rules, think again. It's got some of the most important moral teachings in the Bible. We also see the principle of an eye for an eye show up here. But it's worth noting that this was all just about justice and not revenge. The idea was to keep things fair, not to encourage endless cycles of payback. So the conclusion for Leviticus, holiness is serious business. The book of Leviticus might seem like a lot of rules and rituals, but at its core, it's about one thing: holiness. God was teaching the Israelites how to live as His people, set apart from the world around them. And while we're no longer under the old covenant, so still free to enjoy that shrimp and bacon, the principle still applies. God calls us to live differently because we belong to Him. It also teaches us that approaching God's presence is no small thing. Holiness isn't just about what we do, but about how we honor and respect God in every part of our lives. So while we're not offering grain offerings or worrying about skin diseases the same way, Leviticus still challenges us to take a relationship with God seriously and live in a way that reflects His holiness. So, and now we're going into the book of Numbers.
The Book of Numbers, wilderness adventures, complaining Israelites, and counting sheep. Lots of sheep. Welcome to the Book of Numbers, where we get to follow the Israelites on a 40-year wilderness journey that was supposed to take about 2 weeks. You know that feeling when you're on a road trip and someone won't stop asking, "Are we there yet?" Well, that's the Israelites. Except instead of just one backseat complainer, it's an entire nation. The book is called Numbers because, well, it involves a lot of counting. But don't let that fool you. There's way more drama than your average census. It's a wild ride of miracles, murmuring, and a whole lot of lessons on trusting God, even when things get tough. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, Census Time. Counting the warriors and more warriors. The book kicks off with God telling Moses to take a census of all the fighting men in Israel. Basically, they need to know how many warriors they have because, spoiler alert, they're heading to the promised land and there's going to be some battles. So Moses and Aaron start counting the men from every tribe, and wouldn't you know it, there are a whopping 603,550 of them, not counting women and children. So yeah, the first couple of chapters are a bit like reading through your local phone book. But don't skip it. The census was a way of organizing the nation and making sure everyone knew their place. It's like God's way of saying, you've got a role to play in this big adventure, and I'm keeping track of you. Also, who knew God cared so much about math? Chapter 2, Camping with the Tribes. Because organization is key. After the census, God gives the Israelites some super specific instructions on how to camp. You'd think it would be a free-for-all, but nope, this is a well-organized operation. Each tribe has its designated spot around the tabernacle, with the Levites in the middle because they're responsible for all the holy stuff. Picture it like a festival campsite, but way more intense. God doesn't want anyone wandering around aimlessly. He's setting them up for success by giving them order. So, while the Israelites might be roughing it in the wilderness, they're doing it with style. Okay, maybe not style, but definitely some serious structure. Chapter 3 and 4, the Levites, God's holy movers. Next up, we get to the Levites, the tribe that gets to handle all the tabernacle duties. And by duties, I mean moving the entire tabernacle, a massive portable worship tent, every time the Israelites set off for a new location. Imagine moving your house every couple of weeks. That's basically their job. God gives them specific instructions on how to carry everything, right down to the poles and curtains. It's a logistical nightmare, but the Levites have it covered. They're like the U-Haul service of the ancient world, but with way more reverences and probably fewer scratches on the furniture. Chapter 5 to 6, rules, rules, and more rules, plus the Nazirite vow. As if organizing a massive camping trip wasn't enough, God lays down some serious rules in these chapters. We're talking everything from how to deal with skin diseases to what to do if someone wrongs their neighbor. It's like God is saying, look, you're about to live in close quarters and we need to keep things in order. And then there's the Nazirite vow, a special vow for those who want to dedicate themselves to God. These folks aren't allowed to cut their hair, drink wine, or go near dead bodies. Think of them as the ancient equivalent of hardcore minimalists with a spiritual twist. Chapter 7, when 12 leaders bring the same gift over and over. One of the most repetitive chapters in the Bible. Chapter 7 is all about the leaders of the tribes bringing gifts to the tabernacle. Spoiler alert, they all bring the same gift. It's like a never-ending episode of a gift exchange where everyone got the memo to buy the exact same set of silver dishes and grain offerings. 12 times in a row, you read the same list. But hey, it's the thought that counts, right? Chapter 9, the Cloud and Fire Show, or how to know when it's time to move. One of the coolest parts of Numbers is the whole cloud by day, fire by night situation. God leads the Israelites with a literal cloud that hovers over the tabernacle. When the cloud moves, they move. When it stays, they stay. It's the ultimate divine GPS. Can you imagine if we had that today? Lord, should I take this job? Oh, look, the cloud moved. Guess I'm off to that new gig. It takes all the guesswork out of life decisions. Unless, of course, you're the Israelites, who somehow still manage to complain. More on that in a minute. Chapter 11. Complaining about the menu. Bring back the onions. Now, here's where things get interesting. The Israelites start complaining again. This time, it's about the food. Sure, God has been providing them with manna, but they start longing for the good old days back in Egypt where they had fish, cucumbers, melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. Yeah, you heard that right. They're missing the onions. Cue Moses having a total meltdown. He's like, God, why did you make me responsible for these people? They're driving me crazy. Paraphrasing, of course. God's solution? He sends quail. So much quail that it's literally raining birds. Problem solved for now. Chapter 12. Sibling rivalry. Moses, Aaron, and Miriam edition. In this chapter, we get a little family drama. Miriam and Aaron, Moses' siblings, get a bit jealous and start talking smack about him behind his back. They're upset that Moses seems to be getting all the attention. But God's not having it. He calls them out, literally, and says, look, Moses is my guy. I talked to him face to face, so back off. And just to make a point, God strikes Miriam with leprosy for a week. Talk about sibling rivalry gone wrong. Chapters 13 and 14. Spy Games, the Promised Land edition. Finally, we get to the big moment. The Israelites are on the verge of entering the Promised Land. So Moses sends 12 spies to check it out. 10 of them come back with reports that it's a land flowing with milk and honey. But there are giants living there, and they're terrified. Only Joshua and Caleb have the guts to say, we can totally take them down with God's help. Naturally, the people listen to the 10 scaredy cats, freak out, and start crying. They even suggest going back to Egypt. Seriously, guys, after everything, God is not impressed. And because of their lack of faith, the Israelites end up wandering in the wilderness for another 40 years. Yep, they turned a 2-week journey into 4 decades. So in conclusion, Numbers. It's more than just counting. The book of Numbers is about so much more than a census or a long walk through the desert. It's a story of faith, grumbling, leadership, and learning to trust God in the midst of difficult times. It shows us how easily we can lose sight of God's promises when we focus on our immediate circumstances, or lack of garlic. But through it all, God remains faithful, guiding his people with a cloud, feeding them with manna and quail, and reminding them of his covenant. So next time you're feeling like your journey is taking a bit longer than expected, remember the Israelites and keep trusting that God knows the way, even when you don't. The book of Deuteronomy, Moses' farewell tour, with a few life lessons and laughs. All right, let's talk about Deuteronomy, also known as Moses' farewell tour, or the greatest hits of the law. This book is like Moses' final TED Talk before the Israelites head into the Promised Land without him. Think of it as a recap episode, but instead of flashbacks to previous seasons, it's Moses reminding everyone of God's law. After 40 years in the wilderness, Moses wants to make sure the Israelites don't blow it once they cross the Jordan River. So he gathers them up, and in true Moses fashion, gives one last epic speech. Well, actually, 3 speeches. Let's break down Deuteronomy into some of its key moments, add a little humor, and of course, keep it youthful and fun. Spoiler, there's a lot more to this book than just rules. Moses, the OG motivational speaker, Deuteronomy 1-4. Deuteronomy opens with Moses doing what every great leader does, reminding people of how far they've come. The Israelites have been wandering in the desert for 40 years because of their disobedience. Yep, still not letting them live that down. But now they're on the edge of the Promised Land, and Moses is like, listen up, people. Here's what you need to know before we move forward. In the first few chapters, Moses recaps their journey, including their epic fails, like that time they doubted God and didn't enter the land the first time, and their victories, defeating some kings along the way. It's like one big remember when session, but with more life and death stakes. Moses is basically telling them, don't repeat history, folks. Learn from your mistakes. Honestly, if Moses had a podcast, it would be called Learn from My Wilderness, or something equally catchy. His message is clear. Obey God, and life will go well for you. Disobey, and, well, you know what happened last time. The 10 Commandments. Take 2, Deuteronomy 5. Next, Moses revisits the 10 Commandments, the original top 10 list. Now, if you're thinking, didn't we already cover this in Exodus? You're right, but Deuteronomy is like the remastered version. It's Moses reteaching these foundational laws to a new generation of Israelites who weren't around for the original event. Moses is like, okay guys, I'm gonna give you the commandments again because clearly you didn't pay enough attention the first time. He emphasizes that these laws aren't just about following rules for the sake of rules. They're about living a life that pleases God and creates a healthy, loving community. It's like Moses is saying, you want the good life? Here's the blueprint. Shema, the ultimate life motto. Deuteronomy 6 verses 4-9. Then we hit one of the most famous passages in Deuteronomy, the Shema. It's basically the John 3:16 of the Old Testament. Moses says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength." Simple, right? But also profound. The Shema isn't just a prayer. It's a life motto. It's Moses saying, this is what matters most. Love God with everything you've got. He even tells them to talk about these commands all the time, when they're at home, walking on the road, lying down, getting up, basically everywhere. It's like Moses wants them to have God's words on repeat 24/7. If Moses had Spotify, the Shema would be at the top of his playlist, and he'd be telling everyone to hit loop. Blessings, curses, and a lot more rules. Deuteronomy 12-28. Here's where Deuteronomy gets a little rule-heavy. Moses goes over all sorts of laws, from how to worship to how to handle disputes to what to eat and what not to eat. At first glance, it might seem like a long list of do's and don'ts, but the heart of these laws is to show the Israelites how to live set apart as God's people. One of the big themes is obedience equals blessings and disobedience equals curses. It's like Moses is saying, look, following God isn't about making life harder. It's about setting you up for success. You want life to go well? Stick to the plan. To keep things interesting, Moses lays out a pretty intense list of blessings and curses in chapter 28. The blessings are awesome. Prosperity, peace, victory over enemies. But the curses, not so much. We're talking disease, drought, defeat, and some pretty rough stuff. Basically, Moses is telling them, guys, it's not rocket science. Stick with God and things will go great. Turn away, and you're going to regret it. Choose life. Deuteronomy 30. One of the most powerful moments in Deuteronomy comes when Moses delivers his final challenge. This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life so that you and your children may live. Deuteronomy 30 verse 19. It's like Moses is saying, here's the deal. You've got a choice, life or death, blessings or curses. Choose wisely. He doesn't want them to just survive. He wants them to thrive in the land God promised them. Moses isn't just handing out rules. He's giving them the keys to a good life. This is Moses' mic drop moment. He's laid it all out, and now the choice is in their hands. Moses' last goodbye. Deuteronomy 31-34. As Deuteronomy winds down, Moses prepares to say goodbye at 120 years old. He knows he won't be entering the promised land with the people. Instead, Joshua will lead them in. Before he goes, Moses gives one last speech, writes a song because why not, and climbs Mount Nebo to see the promised land from a distance. Moses' farewell is both bittersweet and epic. He's spent decades leading these people, and now it's time to pass the baton. The last chapter of Deuteronomy describes Moses' death, but it also notes that since then no prophet has risen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Deuteronomy 34 verse 10. Talk about a legacy. So in conclusion, Deuteronomy and the power of choices. Deuteronomy might be filled with laws and commandments, but at its core, it's about choices. Moses lays out a path for the Israelites. Choose life, choose blessings, choose to follow God. It's a message that still rings true today. Whether it's in the big decisions or the small everyday moments, choosing to love God and follow his ways leads to a life of purpose and fulfillment. Moses' final speeches remind us that the choices we make matter, not just for us, but for those who come after us. The book of Joshua, walls, battles, and a whole lot of courage. If there's ever been a Bible book that feels like an action-packed movie, it's the book of Joshua. It's like watching a mashup of a superhero flick, a war epic, and a trust God no matter what tutorial. There's no slow build-up here. Joshua opens with God telling Joshua to be strong and courageous, then catapults straight into city takeovers, miraculous victories, and a famous moment involving a city's walls doing the equivalent of, well, collapsing like a stack of Jenga blocks. Joshua is stepping into some big sandals here. He's got to follow in Moses' footsteps, lead the Israelites into the promised land, and somehow keep these people from going off the rails. Again. Let's dive into Joshua's story, complete with all the action, epic battles, and lessons on faith that we could ever ask for. Chapter 1. Joshua gets the pep talk of the century. When the book begins, Moses has just passed away, and Joshua is the new leader of the Israelites. Talk about pressure. Joshua is about to lead the people across the Jordan River into the Promised Land. But before he does, God gives him a serious pep talk. In Joshua 1 verse 9, God says, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." It's like Joshua's getting hyped up before a big game. Except instead of playing football, he's leading an entire nation into enemy territory. No pressure, right? God repeats this whole be strong and courageous thing multiple times, so you know it's important. And here's the kicker. God's not just telling Joshua to feel brave in a vague way. He's reminding Joshua that he's going to be with him every step of the way. Think of it as God being Joshua's ultimate teammate, coach, and cheerleader rolled into one. Chapter 2. Spy Games, the original sneak attack. Before they cross the Jordan, Joshua sends 2 spies into the city of Jericho to scope out the land. This is where we meet Rahab, one of the most unexpected heroes of the Bible. Rahab's a prostitute living in Jericho, and when the king's men come looking for the spies, she hides them on her roof, risking her own life to help them out. Now you might be thinking, wait, why is Rahab helping them? Well, Rahab had heard about the mighty works of God, like how he parted the Red Sea for the Israelites, and she's smart enough to realize that Jericho doesn't stand a chance against them. So she makes a deal. Spare my family when you come to take the city, and I'll help you escape. The spies agree, and Rahab ties a scarlet cord in her window as a sign that her house is off limits when the Israelites invade. Rahab's quick thinking not only saves her family, but she also ends up in the genealogy of Jesus. So yeah, Rahab is kind of a big deal. Chapter 3. The Jordan River, Parting 2.0. Remember when Moses parted the Red Sea? Well, now it's Joshua's turn to get his own water-parting miracle. As the Israelites approach the Jordan River, God tells Joshua to have the priests carry the Ark of the Covenant into the river. The moment their feet touch the water, the river stops flowing, and the Israelites walk across on dry ground. This is God's way of saying, "Hey Joshua, I've got you, just like I had Moses." It's like a divine stamp of approval, and the Israelites are probably thinking, okay, this guy's the real deal. Once they're across, Joshua has 12 men take 12 stones from the riverbed and set them up as a memorial. It's like leaving a "we were here" sign for future generations to remember how God came through for them. Chapter 6. Jericho's Walls, the ultimate marching band victory. Now we get to the famous story of the Battle of Jericho, which isn't so much a battle as it is a very strange victory parade. God gives Joshua some instructions that seem odd. Instead of charging at the city with swords blazing, God tells Joshua to have the Israelites march around the city once a day for 6 days. Then on the 7th day, they're supposed to march around it 7 times, blow their trumpets, and shout. That's it. Imagine being one of the soldiers in Jericho, watching this strange parade going around your city walls day after day. You're probably thinking, what are these guys even doing? But here's the thing. On that 7th day, when the trumpets sound and the people shout, the walls of Jericho collapse. No battering rams, no explosives, just one big God-powered shout. It's like when you're playing a video game and you beat the boss with a move so simple, you're not even sure how it worked. The Israelites charge in, take the city, and spare Rahab and her family just as promised. The lesson here? God's plans might seem weird sometimes, but they always work. The rest of the book. Conquests, battles, and dividing up the land. After Jericho, the Israelites are on a roll, taking city after city in the Promised Land. Of course, it's not all smooth sailing. There are some missteps along the way, like when a guy named Achan decides to keep some loot from Jericho for himself, even though God specifically said not to. Spoiler alert, it doesn't end well for Achan or his family. But for the most part, the Israelites follow Joshua's lead, trusting God to help them conquer the land. By the end of the book, the major battles are over. Joshua is dividing up the land among the 12 tribes of Israel. It's like handing out trophies after a long tournament, only the prizes are entire regions instead of shiny plaques. Chapter 24. Joshua's famous farewell speech. As Joshua gets older, he realizes his time as leader is coming to an end. In Joshua 24, he He gathers all the people and gives them a final speech that's part pep talk, part challenge. He reminds them of everything God has done for them, from delivering them out of Egypt to giving them victory in the Promised Land. Then Joshua lays down one of the most famous lines in the Bible. "But as for me and my household, we will serve the Lord." Joshua 4, verse 15. It's Joshua's way of saying, look, you can choose to follow God or not, but I'm sticking with him. The people promised to serve God, and the book ends on a high note. But as we know from reading the rest of the Bible, staying faithful isn't always easy for the Israelites. Joshua's legacy, though, is one of faith, courage, and unwavering trust in God's promises. So, in conclusion, Joshua, the man who led with courage and faith. The book of Joshua is a testament to what happens when we trust God, even when his plans seem unconventional. Joshua's leadership, faith, and courage brought the Israelites into the Promised Land, fulfilling a promise that had been centuries in the making. Whether it's marching around walls, crossing rivers, or dividing up land, Joshua's story shows us that God's ways are often surprising, but they always lead to victory when we trust him. And like Joshua, we're called to be strong and courageous, knowing that God is with us wherever we go. The book of Judges. Heroes, villains, and a whole lot of face-palming. Judges is like the Wild West of the Bible, full of larger-than-life heroes, evil villains, and a whole bunch of people making questionable life choices. It's a roller coaster of highs and lows where the Israelites go from victory to disaster and back again so many times you almost get dizzy. Honestly, if this were a reality show, it'd be called God's Got Talent, but the contestants keep messing it up. Judges is set in that awkward period after Joshua's death, but before Israel gets its first king, which means there's no central leader. Instead, God raises up judges. Not like robe-wearing, gavel-banging judges, but more like warrior chieftains who rescue the Israelites from their enemies and attempt to restore some order. Each judge has their moment of glory. But the people keep falling back into old habits, namely worshiping other gods. It's like the biblical version of wash, rinse, repeat. Every time they mess up, God sends someone to save them, and then they mess up again. It's a cycle that'll make you want to shake your head in disbelief, and maybe laugh a little too. Judges chapter 1. Enter the spiral of doom. The book starts on a promising note with the Israelites continuing to conquer the Promised Land. Joshua's legacy is still fresh in their minds, and things seem to be going well. But, and there's always a but, they don't finish the job. Instead of driving out the remaining Canaanites, they start getting cozy with them, which, spoiler alert, leads to major problems. Imagine being on a diet and saying, just one donut won't hurt. Then 5 minutes later, you've eaten the entire box. That's the Israelites in a nutshell. They start worshiping the Canaanite gods, and it's all downhill from there. Judges chapter 3. Ehud, the left-handed assassin. Now we get to the part where God starts raising up judges, and the first real star of the show is Ehud. This guy's story is straight-up action movie material. Ehud's left-handed, which is super rare and makes him a bit of an underdog. And he uses this to his advantage to pull off a James Bond-level assassination. Here's the deal. The Israelites are being oppressed by a king named Eglon, and Ehud's sent to deliver tribute to him. But Ehud's got a secret, a double-edged sword hidden under his clothes. He meets with Eglon, who, as the Bible notes, is a very fat man. No body shaming, just saying. Ehud tells Eglon he has a secret message for him, so Eglon sends everyone else away. Then, with his left hand, Ehud pulls out the sword and plunges it into Eglon's belly. And get this, the Bible says the fat closed over the blade. Oof! Ehud escapes, rallies the Israelites, and they defeat the Moabites. Talk about a mic drop moment. Ehud proves that even the unlikeliest heroes can be used by God. Judges chapter 4-5. Deborah and Jael. Girl power times 2. Next up, we've got Deborah, one of the most impressive figures in the entire Bible. Deborah, the only female judge. And she's also a prophetess and a military leader. When the Israelites are being oppressed by King Jabin and his army commander, Sisera, Deborah calls up a guy named Barak and tells him to go fight. Barak, being not quite as courageous as Deborah, says he'll only go if she goes with him. Deborah's like, fine, but a woman's going to get the glory for this victory. Sure enough, after Barak's forces rout Sisera's army, Sisera flees and hides in the tent of a woman named Jael. Sisera thinks he's safe, but Jael's not exactly on his side. While he's sleeping, she drives a tent peg through his head. Yeah, this is where you realize that if Hollywood ever made a movie about the Book of Judges, it'd definitely be rated R. Deborah and Jael are absolute powerhouses, showing that God uses whoever he wants, regardless of gender, to accomplish his plans. Judges chapter 6 to 8. Gideon from coward to conqueror. The story of Gideon is one of my favorites, mostly because it's so relatable. Gideon starts off as a complete coward. When we first meet him, he's hiding in a wine press, threshing wheat so the Midianites won't steal it. God shows up and says, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." To which Gideon basically responds, "Who? Me?" Gideon has some serious doubts, and he even asks God for a series of signs to prove that he's really supposed to lead God's chosen people against the Midianites. God, in his patience, obliges. First, there's the fleece test, where Gideon asks for the fleece to be wet with dew and the ground dry, and then the next day asks for the opposite. It's like Gideon's trying to triple check that he's not about to make a huge mistake. Once Gideon's finally convinced, he gathers an army, but God tells him he has too many men. Wait, what? God doesn't want Israel thinking they won because of their own strength, so he whittles Gideon's army down to 300 soldiers. Yes, just like the movie. Armed with nothing but trumpets, jars, and torches, Gideon's army causes mass confusion in the Midianite camp, and the Israelites win the battle. Gideon's journey from doubter to deliverer reminds us that God can turn our weaknesses into strengths when we trust him. Judges chapter 13 to 16. Samson, super strength, super flawed. And now for the most famous judge of them all. Samson, the original strongman of the Bible. Samson's story is like a mix of superhero origin story and tragic drama. He's got superhuman strength, but he also has a major weakness: Delilah. From the beginning, Samson's life is marked by God's power. He's a Nazirite, which means he's dedicated to God from birth, and part of that dedication involves never cutting his hair. As long as his hair stays long, he's got insane strength. We're talking about a guy who kills a lion with his bare hands and wipes out 1,000 Philistines with the jawbone of a donkey. But Samson's downfall comes when he falls for Delilah, a woman who's working for the Philistines. She nags him until he finally reveals the secret of his strength: his hair. While Samson sleeps, Delilah has his hair cut, and just like that, his strength is gone. The Philistines capture him, gouge out his eyes, and put him in prison. In the end, though, Samson has one last moment of redemption. During a big Philistine celebration, they bring him out to mock him. But Samson prays to God for strength one last time. He pushes against the pillars of the temple, bringing the whole building down and killing more Philistines in his death than he did in his life. Samson's story is both a cautionary tale and a reminder that God can still use flawed people to accomplish his purposes. So in conclusion, the Judges. Messy heroes for a messy time. The book of Judges is one wild ride. It's full of flawed heroes, unexpected leaders, and some seriously strange situations. But through it all, we see one consistent theme. God is faithful, even when his people aren't. Time and time again, the Israelites turn away from God. And time again, he raises up a judge to rescue them. In a way, the book of Judges is a lot like life. We all mess up, sometimes in spectacular ways, but God is always there, ready to pick us up and give us another chance. Whether we're feeling like Gideon, doubting our ability to do what God asks, or like Samson, struggling with our own weaknesses, we can trust that God is with us, working in the midst of the mess. This is Modern Testament Talks. Today is all about the book of Ruth, the 8th book of the Bible. So, Ruth. Love, loyalty, and one epic redemption story. The book of Ruth is a short but sweet love story packed with loyalty, sacrifice, and a redemption arc that's more heartwarming than a rom-com. Seriously, if Hallmark had a Bible movie division, Ruth would be their big hit. It's got everything: loss, loyalty, new beginnings, and even a guy named Boaz who's about as close as you get to a biblical Prince Charming. The best part? Ruth isn't just a love story between two people. It's a story of God's faithfulness to his people, showing how he can turn even the darkest times into something beautiful. So grab some popcorn or, manna, and settle in for this epic tale of faithfulness and redemption. Let's get it on. Ruth and Naomi, the ultimate in-law relationship. We kick things off with a seriously rough beginning. Naomi's living the dream with her husband and 2 sons, until a famine hits and they have to move to Moab, a foreign land. Things go from bad to worse when Naomi's husband dies, and then her 2 sons die, leaving Naomi and her Moabite daughters-in-law in a pretty bleak situation. But one of those daughters-in-law, Ruth, isn't about to leave Naomi hanging. Even though Naomi gives Ruth an out, telling her to go back to her people and start fresh, Ruth drops the most loyal line ever. "Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people and your God, my God." Ruth 1 verse 16. I mean, who needs a sappy love letter when you've got Ruth's level of loyalty? She's basically saying, "Naomi, I'm in this for the long haul," and she sticks with her through thick and thin. Yeah, that would be Ruth just leveling up the best daughter-in-law game, no big deal. And now entering stage right, the biblical gentleman. So Ruth and Naomi head back to Bethlehem, and things are looking pretty dire. They're widows, they have no money, and they need food. Enter Boaz, a rich, respectable, and kind farmer who just so happens to own the field where Ruth goes to gather leftover grain. Because, #hustle, Boaz notices Ruth and is immediately impressed, not by her looks, though she's probably rocking the ancient Israelite widow chic, but by her loyalty to Naomi. He's like, "Hey, who's that hard-working woman gleaning in the field? She's got some serious character." And before you know it, Boaz is leaving extra grain for Ruth to pick up and making sure she's safe. He's just one of those stand-up kind of dudes, you know? And he's not playing games. The threshing floor proposal. Trust me, it's not what you think. Now, here's where things get interesting. Naomi, ever the wise mother-in-law, realizes Boaz could be the answer to their problems. She tells Ruth to go down to the threshing floor where Boaz is working and basically propose to him. Wait, what? Yep. Ruth goes to Boaz in the middle of the night and lies down at his feet, which was apparently the ancient Israelite version of dropping hints. When Boaz wakes up, he's all like, "Whoa, Ruth, what are you doing here?" Ruth straight up tells him, "You're a family redeemer. Marry me and take care of Naomi and me." Talk about bold. But Boaz isn't weirded out. In fact, he's honored that Ruth didn't go after younger, richer guys. And so Boaz says, "Just wait a sec, I got you, but first, let me take care of some business." Apparently, there's another guy who has the first right to marry Ruth, but Boaz is determined to make it work. Happily ever after Hallmark moment coming up in short order. Boaz, being the stand-up guy he is, handles the legal stuff and redeems Ruth and Naomi's family. He marries Ruth, and they have a son named Obed. But here's the kicker. Obed becomes the grandfather of King David, and through David's line, we get Jesus, the man, the legend. So yeah, kinda big deal. So Ruth goes from being a foreign widow in a hopeless situation to becoming part of the greatest redemption story ever. God took a broken, messy situation and turned it into something beautiful, all through the faithfulness of a Moabite woman who chose to follow him and stick with Naomi. Ruth shows us that God is always working behind the scenes, even when life looks hopeless, and that he can use anyone, regardless of their past or background, to fulfill his purposes. So in conclusion, Ruth, faithfulness in action. So what's the takeaway from Ruth's story? First, loyalty and faithfulness are huge. Ruth didn't have to stick with Naomi, but she chose to, and that choice led to incredible blessings. Second, God is always at work, even when we can't see it. Ruth's story might have started with tragedy, but it ended with redemption, not just for her and Naomi, but for the entire world through the line of Jesus. Ruth teaches us that when we choose to trust God and be faithful, he can turn even the most hopeless situations into something beautiful. The book of Ruth is a beautiful story of loyalty, love, and redemption. Through Ruth's faithfulness to Naomi and Boaz's kindness and generosity, we see how God can work through even the most unlikely people to accomplish his purposes. Ruth reminds us that God is always at work, turning tragedy into triumph and weaving his plans through our lives, even when we don't realize it. The first book of Samuel. From shepherd boy to king, the ultimate coming-of-age story, where the drama is high and the stakes are even higher, and the story takes us from shepherd fields to royal palaces. This book is like a biblical soap opera, featuring an epic cast of characters, from that humble shepherd boy David to the troubled King Saul, with some plot twists that would make even the best TV writers jealous. Get ready for a journey through divine calls, epic battles, and a whole lot of drama. Samuel, the original prophet with a sense of humor. First up, meet Samuel, our prophet and judge. Think of Samuel as the Yoda of Israel, guiding the people with wisdom and a bit of that old-school magic. His story begins with a miraculous birth. His mom, Hannah, had been praying for his child for ages, and when Samuel finally arrives, she dedicates him to the Lord. Samuel grows up serving in the temple under Eli, who's like a wise old uncle with a not-so-great sense of hearing. Or maybe it's just that God likes to speak loudly. One night, Samuel hears God calling him, and after a few awkward hello moments, he finally gets it. God's got big plans for him. Samuel's life is like one big divine appointment after another. He's the God-appointed messenger, and he's about to make some serious waves in Israel. Saul, the king with a crown too big to fit. Now let's talk about King Saul, the first king of Israel. Saul starts off as the golden boy of Israel, tall, handsome, and looking like the perfect king. But as often happens with royalty, things don't stay perfect for long. Saul's reign is a bit like watching a reality show where the king's personal flaws become increasingly evident. He starts out well, but then he's kind of like that guy who's great at parties but can't ever keep it together when it's time to clean up. Saul's downfall begins with some questionable decisions and disobedience to God. At one point, he's told to completely destroy the Amalekites and everything they have. Instead, he spares the king and some of the livestock, probably thinking, hey, who doesn't want a few extra cows? But God's not impressed. Saul's kingship starts to unravel, and he's eventually rejected as king. It's like the Bible's own version of The Apprentice. You're fired. David, the shepherd who became a king. Enter David, the youngest son of Jesse, who's just a shepherd boy playing his harp and dreaming of grander things. Samuel anoints David as the future king, which is kind of like getting a royal job offer before you've even graduated from high school. But David doesn't immediately become king. Instead, he gets a job playing music for Saul, who's now struggling with some serious mood swings. David's music seems to have a calming effect on Saul, which is great, but it's a little awkward for David. One day he's playing the harp, the next he's dodging spears Saul throws at him. Talk about a mixed work environment. David's life really kicks off when he faces off with Goliath, the giant Philistine. Armed with just a sling and a few stones, David takes down Goliath, and it's like the ultimate underdog story. David becomes a hero, but that's just the beginning. His rise to power is filled with adventures, alliances, and a lot of running from Saul, who's like a jealous ex who just won't let go. The rise and fall of kings, the lessons from Samuel. The first book of Samuel is more than just a historical account. It's packed with lessons on leadership, obedience, and the human condition. Samuel's story teaches us about listening to God's call and the importance of faithfulness. Saul's reign reminds us that pride and disobedience can lead to downfall, while David's journey shows us that God can use even the most unlikely people to fulfill his plans. David's life is a roller coaster of highs and lows, victories and betrayals, but through it all, he remains a man after God's own heart. His story is a reminder that true leadership comes from a heart that seeks God, and that even when we mess up, there's always room for redemption and growth. So in conclusion, the take-homes from 1 Samuel. The first book of Samuel offers a treasure trove of lessons about leadership, faith, and obedience. From Samuel's divine calling to Saul's tragic fall and David's rise to greatness, the book shows us how important it is to stay true to God's guidance. It teaches us that while we may stumble and face challenges, God's plans are always unfolding, and He can use even the most unexpected people to accomplish His purposes. The second book of Samuel, power, politics, and a whole lot of drama. Welcome to the second book of Samuel, where the action ramps up even more. If you thought the first book of Samuel was filled with drama, betrayal, and some serious leadership lessons, just wait. The sequel has everything. Wars, royal intrigue, family feuds, and one king's really bad rooftop decision. We're about to dive into the life of King David as he transitions from being an underdog shepherd boy to one of Israel's most legendary rulers. And let's just say things get intense. So buckle up and get ready for a wild ride through ancient Israel's political drama. King David, from humble hero to mighty ruler. When we last left David, he was the rising star of Israel. Saul had been dethroned, and David was on the path to kingship. Now in the second book of Samuel, David officially takes the throne. Cue the confetti and trumpets. He's finally reached the big leagues. David's early reign is filled with epic victories. He conquers Jerusalem, unites the tribes of Israel, and brings the Ark of the Covenant back to its rightful place. It's basically one royal victory lap after another. Israel is thriving under David's leadership, and everything seems to be going great. Of course, we're in the Bible, so you know something's going to go sideways soon. That time, David stayed home from war, and it was a bad idea. One of the most famous stories in the second book of Samuel is David's little oops moment with Bathsheba. Here's the setup. David, the warrior king, decides to sit out a battle and stay home while his army goes to war. While lounging on his rooftop, he spots Bathsheba, who's taking a bath. Yep, her name fits the situation. David, being a powerful king and all, decides he has to have her. Next thing you know, Bathsheba is pregnant, and David's trying to cover it up like it's the plot of a scandalous Netflix series. He goes to extreme lengths to fix his mess, including orchestrating the death of Bathsheba's husband, Uriah, who, by the way, was one of David's loyal soldiers. Talk about a royal yikes moment. This is definitely the low point of David's life. The aftermath, family drama, betrayals, and a whole lot of grief. David's actions with Bathsheba set off a chain reaction of family problems. His children get caught up in some serious sibling drama. Absalom, one of David's sons, even leads a full-blown rebellion against him. It's like a biblical soap opera where everyone's fighting for the throne and making some very bad life choices. Absalom's rebellion is particularly heartbreaking. At one point, Absalom declares himself king, and David has to flee for his life, again. The rebellion ultimately ends with Absalom's death in battle, and even though Absalom betrayed him, David is devastated. His famous cry of, "Oh my son, Absalom," is one of the most emotional moments in the Bible. It's a reminder that even mighty kings aren't immune to the pain of family loss and restoration. David's comeback. Even though David makes some serious mistakes, his story isn't all doom and gloom. One of the most beautiful things about David's life is his relationship with God. After his mess with Bathsheba, David doesn't just shrug it off. When the prophet Nathan calls him out, in a pretty savage parable about a rich man stealing a poor man's lamb, David is genuinely sorry. He repents, and we get some of the most heartfelt expressions of guilt and longing for forgiveness in the Psalms, like in Psalm 51, where David cries out, "Create in me a clean heart, O God." David's life shows us that even when we mess up royally, pun intended, there's always room for repentance and redemption. God doesn't throw David out, he forgives him, and David continues to serve as king, albeit with some scars and lessons learned. It's a reminder that our mistakes don't define us. Our willingness to turn back to God does. So, in conclusion, lessons from the second book of Samuel. The second book of Samuel teaches us some major life lessons about power, leadership, and owning up to our mistakes. David's life is full of highs and lows. He's a man after God's own heart, but he's also deeply flawed. We see that even when we fail, God's grace is available to restore us. David's story reminds us that leadership isn't about being perfect. It's about being humble, repentant, and willing to let God work through us, even in our brokenness. The first book of Kings. Kings, chaos, and that one-time fire came from the sky. Ah, the first book of Kings. The biblical equivalent of a medieval soap opera, where everyone's fighting for a throne. Prophets are pulling off miraculous stunts, and the moral compass of Israel is spinning out of control. If you ever wondered what happens when you give a bunch of ancient rulers too much power and not enough wisdom, you're in the right place. It's got everything: royal drama, political intrigue, epic showdowns, and even a fiery contest on a mountain. So grab some popcorn, because the first book of Kings is one wild ride. Chapters 1-2, the throne drama. Who gets the crown? We kick things off with King David, who's nearing the end of his life and feeling about as energetic as your grandpa after Thanksgiving dinner. There's a bit of an issue. David hasn't officially named his successor. Enter Adonijah, David's son, who figures, "Hey, Dad's almost out, so I'll just go ahead and crown myself king." He throws himself a fancy coronation party, invites his friends, and starts living like royalty. Classic move, right? But there's one problem. God and David had already decided that Solomon, you know, the guy with all the future wisdom, was supposed to be the next king. So, in a plot twist straight out of a Shakespearean drama, Bathsheba, Solomon's mom, and the prophet Nathan team up to stop Adonijah. David finally steps in and says, "Okay, Solomon, it's your time to shine." Solomon gets crowned king, and Adonijah's party? Total bust. Chapters 3, 4. Solomon's wisdom. God's gift to a 20-something ruler. Now that Solomon's on the throne, he's got one big question. How am I going to rule this chaotic kingdom? Instead of asking for riches, power, or the ability to turn water into coffee, which would have been a solid choice, Solomon asks God for wisdom. And God, impressed with Solomon's priorities, grants him the wisdom of like 1,000 TED Talks. Solomon becomes famous for his judgments, especially the one where he settles a dispute between two women fighting over a baby. He suggests cutting the baby in half, as one does, and the real mother immediately gives up her claim to save the child. Solomon's like, boom, wisdom. His fame grows, and people from all over come to hear his wisdom and see his glorious kingdom. Solomon's like the Bible's version of Google, and everyone's searching for his advice. Chapters 5, 8. Building the Temple. Solomon's massive construction project. Solomon isn't just wise. He's also got some serious construction goals. He builds the temple in Jerusalem, a magnificent house for God that makes every other building look like a garden shed. This thing is decked out with gold, cedar, bronze, and all the finest materials you can imagine. It's the ultimate symbol of Israel's glory. And when it's finally finished, Solomon holds a huge dedication ceremony. The whole nation of Israel gathers as the Ark of the Covenant is brought into the temple. God's presence fills the place like a cloud, and Solomon prays one of the most epic prayers in the Bible, asking God to bless the temple and the people. For a while, everything is going great. Solomon's wisdom is shining, Israel is prospering, and the people are worshiping God in the most magnificent temple ever built. Chapters 9, 11. Solomon's downfall. Too many wives, too many gods. But hold on, because things start to take a turn. As wise as Solomon is, he's got a bit of a weakness for foreign women. He marries a bunch of them, 700 wives and 300 concubines to be exact. Now, marrying one person is complicated enough, but Solomon apparently thought, what's life without some extra drama? And drama there is, because these wives bring their foreign gods with them, and Solomon starts worshiping them. Yep, Mr. Wisdom himself ends up building shrines for idols. This doesn't sit well with God, who had specifically told Solomon to stay faithful. So God tells Solomon, because you've turned your heart away, your kingdom will be torn apart, just not during your lifetime, out of respect for your father David. And thus begins the slow unraveling of Israel. Chapters 12, 14. Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Kingdom split. After Solomon dies, his son Rehoboam takes the throne, and, well, things don't exactly go smoothly. The people come to Rehoboam and say, hey, can you lighten the load a bit? Your dad made things kind of tough for us. Instead of listening to his elders, Rehoboam takes advice from his bros, who tell him to make things even harder for the people. Great advice, right? Not. As you can imagine, this doesn't go over well. Jeroboam, a former servant of Solomon, leads a rebellion, and the kingdom splits into two. Israel in the north, with Jeroboam as king, and Judah in the south, with Rehoboam on the throne. It's like a messy family breakup, and things never really get back on track. Chapters 17, 19. Elijah, the prophet who called down fire. Now let's talk about Elijah, one of the most badass prophets in the Bible. During the reign of Ahab, one of Israel's worst kings, Elijah steps onto the scene and immediately makes waves. Ahab and his queen Jezebel are leading the people into idol worship. Big surprise there. And Elijah's not having any of it. In one of the most epic showdowns in the Bible, Elijah challenges the prophets of Baal to a contest. They go up on Mount Carmel, and Elijah says, let's see whose God is real, yours or mine. Whichever God sends fire from the sky to burn up the sacrifice is the true God. The prophets of Baal spend all day dancing, chanting, and cutting themselves, but nothing happens. Elijah, meanwhile, casually soaks his altar in water, just to make things interesting, and prays a simple prayer. Boom! Fire falls from heaven and consumes the sacrifice, the altar, the water, and everything around it. Talk about a mic drop moment. The people immediately fall on their faces and declare, "The Lord, He is God." It's one of the most dramatic moments in the Bible, and Elijah solidifies his reputation as a fearless prophet who stands up for God. So, in conclusion, lessons from 1 Kings: wisdom, power, and staying faithful. The first book of Kings is a lesson in contrasts. You've got Solomon, the wisest king who ever lived, but who still managed to make some epic blunders. You've got kings who led their people astray, and prophets like Elijah who called the people back to God in dramatic fashion. The main takeaway? Wisdom and power mean nothing if you don't stay faithful to God. Solomon's wisdom was legendary, but his unfaithfulness led to the division of the kingdom. The people needed leaders who would follow God wholeheartedly, and when they didn't get that, things fell apart fast. The first book of Kings reminds us that even when we have great gifts, it's our relationship with God that matters most. It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of idolatry, the importance of good leadership, and the incredible power of a faithful life. Whether you're a king or a prophet. The second book of Kings: more chaos, and some seriously epic miracles. Welcome to the second book of Kings, where the royal roller coaster of Israel and Judah reaches even more dizzying heights and devastating lows. If you thought the first book was wild, you haven't seen anything yet. This one's got it all. More bad kings, more prophets, more wars, and one of the greatest prophets of all time. Elisha, pulling off some seriously epic miracles. Oh, and did I mention the whole fiery chariot thing? Yeah, this book's a ride. Chapters 1 to 2, Elijah's fiery exit and Elisha's double portion. We start off with Elijah, who, after all his bold prophecies, doesn't die like a regular guy. Nope, he goes out in style with a chariot of fire swooping down from heaven to pick him up. It's like God said, "You've done enough, Elijah. Time for a grand exit." Before he takes off, though, his protege, Elisha, asks for a double portion of Elijah's spirit. And Elisha? He gets it. As Elijah ascends to heaven in a blazing Uber, his mantle falls into Elisha, officially passing the prophetic torch. Elisha steps up and immediately starts performing miracles like parting the Jordan River with Elijah's cloak. Yeah, the guy's got skills. Chapters 3 to 7, Elisha, the miracle man. Elisha isn't just any prophet. He's like a one-man superhero squad. Let's break down some of his greatest hits. Water into blood, but not the cool kind. When Israel, Judah, and Edom team up to fight Moab, they run out of water. Elisha steps in and tells them to dig ditches, promising that God will fill them with water. And surprise, God sends water, which looks like blood to the Moabites, causing them to think they've already won. Spoiler, they didn't. The widow's oil. A widow is in debt and about to lose her sons to slavery. Elisha, ever the helper, tells her to borrow as many jars as she can, then miraculously makes her single jar of oil fill them all. She sells the oil, pays her debts, and lives happily ever after. Well, financially, at least. Raising the dead. A woman's son dies, and Elisha is like, "Nope, not on my watch." He stretches himself over the boy, prays, and the kid comes back to life. Casual, curing Naaman's leprosy. A big-shot commander named Naaman has leprosy, and Elisha tells him to go dip into the Jordan River 7 times. Naaman's a bit skeptical, and probably grossed out by the murky water. But he does it, and bam, he's healed. Elisha's basically a miracle-working machine, pulling off feats that range from multiplying food to making an axe head float. Because sometimes, when you lose an axe in the river, you really need a prophet. Chapters 8 to 10. More bad kings, more problems. While Elisha's out there performing miracles, the kings of Israel and Judah are busy doing, well, Mostly bad stuff. In fact, most of the kings in this book have one thing in common. They're terrible at being kings. They lead the people into idol worship, make bad political decisions, and generally ignore God. One standout is Jehu, who's anointed as king of Israel with one major task: wipe out Ahab's wicked dynasty. Yes, that's still going on. Jehu goes on a rampage, taking down Jezebel, who gets pushed out of a window. Talk about dramatic. And he makes sure that all of Ahab's family and allies are, dealt with. Jehu's brutal, but hey, he gets the job done. Chapters 17 to 25. The fall of Israel and Judah, the downward spiral. Here's where things get really dark. Despite the efforts of prophets like Elisha, and before him, Elijah, the people of Israel keep turning away from God. Idol worship is rampant, and they're ignoring God's warnings left and right. Finally, God's like, that's it, I'm done. And he allows the Assyrians to come in and to destroy Israel. The northern kingdom falls, and the people are taken into exile. It's a sad day for God's chosen nation. Judah hangs on a little longer, but it's not looking good there either. Every once in a while, there's a good king. Shout out to Hezekiah and Josiah. But the downward spiral continues. The people keep falling into idol worship, and eventually, God has had enough. The Babylonians, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, come in and sack Jerusalem. The temple is destroyed, and the people are taken into Babylonian exile. It's the ultimate "we told you so" moment from the prophets. The people had been warned over and over again, but they didn't listen. Now, both Israel and Judah are in ruins, and the Davidic kingdom seems like a distant memory. So in conclusion, lessons from 2 Kings. Faithfulness matters. The second book of Kings is a tough one. It's full of decline, destruction, and dashed hopes. But it's also full of God's faithfulness, even when his people aren't faithful to him. Through prophets like Elisha, God kept giving Israel and Judah opportunities to turn back to him. But when they refused, there were consequences. The ultimate message? Stay faithful to God, even when it's tough. Bad leadership, idol worship, and disobedience lead to disaster, but faithfulness to God leads to life and blessing. We also see that even in the midst of judgment, God doesn't abandon his people completely. He sends prophets, works miracles, and keeps his promise that a remnant will remain. God's faithfulness is always greater than human failure. Books of the Bible, the first book of Chronicles. The first book of Chronicles. Genealogies, kings, and lessons in leadership, with a splash of humor. If you've ever opened the Bible to the first book of Chronicles, you probably thought, wow, this is one epic family tree. And you wouldn't be wrong. The first few chapters are all about genealogies, like an ancient version of Ancestry.com, but with fewer commercials. However, beneath the long list of hard-to-pronounce names, there's a deeper message. God's faithfulness to his people through the generations. So before you hit snooze on Chronicles, let's dive in and find the nuggets of wisdom and humor hiding in all those names. A walk through the family tree. 1 Chronicles 1 verse 9. The book kicks off with 9 chapters of genealogies, starting with Adam and working its way down through Noah, Abraham, and Israel. It's like reading the ultimate family reunion guest list. But instead of name tags, everyone's listed in the Bible for all eternity. Now, you might be wondering, why should I care about these names? Well, for one, it shows us that God knows everyone in his story, even the people we've never heard of. Looking at you, Ram, and Jether. Also, let's be real, these genealogies are the original Facebook friends list. Everyone is connected, and Chronicles wants us to know it. The message here is that God works through ordinary people, just like the ones listed, and their stories matter. Sure, we don't know much about Azel and his 6 sons, but they were part of the bigger picture, and so are we. Sometimes just showing up is half the battle, right? David takes the stage. 1 Chronicles 10 verse 29. After the genealogies, things really kick into gear. Enter David, the man, the myth, the legend. Chronicles retells David's rise to power and his role in uniting the tribes of Israel. But if you're expecting all the juicy drama from David's life, like the whole Bathsheba incident, you're out of luck. Chronicles is more like David's highlight reel. It skips the scandals and focuses on David's leadership, military victories, and his heart for God. And David? He's pretty much the GOAT. Greatest of all time when it comes to leading Israel. Chronicles highlights how David sought God's guidance, especially when it came to major decisions like moving the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. Spoiler alert, it doesn't go smoothly the first time, and a guy named Uzzah ends up paying the price for touching the Ark. Moral of the story? Don't mess with sacred artifacts unless you've read the manual. But David learns from his mistakes, eventually, and Chronicles paints him as the ultimate king who loves God, leads with integrity, and prepares his son Solomon to build the temple. Speaking of which, David's dream, the temple. 1 Chronicles 17 verses 22 to 29. One of the big themes in Chronicles is David's obsession with building the temple. He's like that guy who really wants to build his dream house but keeps running into zoning issues. In this case, God tells David, "Sorry, you're not the one to build the temple because you've been involved in too many wars. But don't worry, your son Solomon will take over." David's response? Instead of pouting, he gets to work gathering all the materials Solomon will need. Talk about a supportive dad. David basically hands Solomon the ultimate DIY temple kit. Gold, silver, wood, blueprints, and detailed instructions. It's like if your dad gave you a Lego set and said, "Here you go, build something cool," but on a much grander scale. David's willingness to step aside and let Solomon shine is a lesson in humility and leadership. Sometimes, being a great leader means preparing the way for someone else to succeed. Mighty men and epic battles. 1 Chronicles verses 11 to 12 and verses 18 to 20. What's an epic Bible story without a few heroic warriors? Chronicles introduces us to David's mighty men, a group of elite soldiers who basically had the Avengers of ancient Israel vibes. These guys took down giants, fought off entire Philistine armies, and did things that would make even Chuck Norris raise an eyebrow. Take Benaiah, for example. This dude killed a lion in a pit on a snowy day because doing it in good weather would be too easy. Then there's Eleazar, who stood his ground in a field of barley while everyone else ran away. Imagine that. One guy holding his own while everyone else is like, "Yeah, good luck with that." Chronicles tells us that God gave David's army victory after victory, and the key was that David always sought God's guidance first. Note to self, praying before a big decision is probably a good idea. Lessons in leadership, David's census, 1 Chronicles 21. Of course, even David wasn't perfect. Chronicles tells the story of how David ordered a census of Israel's fighting men, which might seem harmless until you realize he was putting his trust in numbers rather than in God. It's like checking your bank account and thinking, "I'm all set," instead of trusting that God will provide. God wasn't pleased, and as a result, a plague swept through the land. But here's where David shines as a leader. When he realizes his mistake, he doesn't try to shift the blame. He takes full responsibility and pleads with God to spare the people. David's willingness to repent and seek God's mercy is a reminder that being a leader isn't about being perfect. It's about being humble enough to admit when you're wrong. Solomon's big moment, 1 Chronicles 28:29. As the book wraps up, David gathers all of Israel together for one final moment of glory. He gives Solomon a pep talk about building the temple, basically saying, "Don't mess this up, kid. God's got big plans for you." David hands over the blueprints, the gold, the silver, and probably even a pack of spiritual post-it notes. But the real highlight is when David leads the people in a massive offering for the temple. The people give so generously that it's almost like they're trying to outdo each other. It's like when your church passes the offering plate and everyone is secretly trying to one-up the person next to them. And that David's prayer after the offering is one of the most beautiful moments in the book. He acknowledges that everything comes from God and all they're doing is giving back what was already his. It's a powerful reminder that generosity starts with recognizing God as the source of all we have. So, in conclusion, Chronicles and the power of legacy. The first book of Chronicles is all about legacy. Not just David's legacy, but the legacy of faith passed down through generations. From genealogies to temple blueprints, the book reminds us that God's plan spans across time and through ordinary, imperfect people. Whether you're a shepherd turned king like David, or just someone trying to figure out their place in the world, Chronicles teaches us that faithfulness is what matters most. It's not about being perfect. It's about seeking God in everything we do and leaving a legacy of faith for those who come after us. The second book of Chronicles. Kings, temples, and a roller coaster of good and bad leadership. If you've made it through 1 Chronicles, buckle up, because 2 Chronicles takes things up a notch. Imagine it as the sequel where the stakes are higher, the drama more intense, and the lessons in leadership even more relatable, and sometimes hilarious. This book is basically the history of the kings of Judah, from the golden reign of Solomon to the eventual downfall of the kingdom. There are good kings, bad kings, and everything in between. But the central theme remains. When people follow God, things go well. When they don't, well, let's just say things go off the rails. Now let's dive into this wild ride of ancient leadership. And don't worry, we'll keep things light and funny where we can, even though some of these kings make it hard to laugh. Solomon, the king with the ultimate DIY project. 2 Chronicles 1 verse 9. We kick things off with Solomon, the son of David, and let me tell you, this guy starts off strong. Right from the get-go, Solomon asks God for wisdom instead of riches or power. Talk about taking the high road. God's like, wow, since you asked for wisdom, I'll give you all the other stuff too. Riches, honor, and a super chill life. It's the ultimate buy one, get three free deal. Now, Solomon's main claim to fame in Chronicles is building the temple of the Lord. Imagine Solomon as the ultimate project manager. He's got blueprints, materials, and workers lined up. No expense is spared. The temple is decked out in so much gold it could give the Oscars a run for their money. Solomon's temple dedication ceremony? Think of it as the Coachella of ancient Israel. Sacrifices, prayers, music, and probably a few smoke machines. From the sacrifices, obviously. It was a big deal. But even Solomon's reign isn't without its hiccups. As wise as he is, Solomon eventually falls into the trap of marrying foreign women who lead him away from God. You'd think after all the wisdom God gave him, he'd know better. But even the wisest among us have their weak spots. Rehoboam, the king who took bad advice, 2 Chronicles 10 verse 12. Next up, we've got Solomon's son, Rehoboam. Now, if Solomon was a 10-tenths leader, at least in his early days, Rehoboam is, well, let's just say he's like that person who reads the manual backward and wonders why things aren't working out. His big moment of failure comes when the people ask him to lighten the heavy taxes and labor Solomon had imposed. Sounds reasonable, right? But Rehoboam, instead of listening to the wise, older advisors, he goes with his bros who tell him, nah man, show them who's boss, make things even tougher. And Rehoboam's like, great idea. Spoiler alert. It was not a great idea. The kingdom splits in two, with 10 tribes forming the northern kingdom, Israel, and leaving Rehoboam with only Judah and Benjamin. Lesson learned? Don't take bad advice from your high school buddies when you're running a kingdom. King Asa, the good, the bad, and the foot disease. 2 Chronicles 14 to 16. Now King Asa is one of the good kings, mostly. He starts off great, tearing down idols, re-establishing proper worship, and seeking God's help when faced with battles. In fact, Asa's prayer during one of these battles is a great example of humility. Lord, there is no one like you to help the powerless against the mighty. Help us, Lord our God, for we rely on you. 2 Chronicles 14 verse 11. But Asa's story takes a weird turn toward the end. When another army threatens him, instead of trusting God like he did before, Asa tries to bribe another king for help. Not the best move. And then when he gets a disease in his feet, because apparently that was a thing, he refuses to seek God's help. So yeah, Asa goes from foot soldier hero to a guy who just didn't want to admit he needed help. Pride, man, it'll get you in the end. Jehoshaphat, the king with the best battle plan ever. 2 Chronicles 17 verse 20. Jehoshaphat is next, and honestly, he's one of the coolest kings in this book. Why? Because when a massive army comes against him, he doesn't freak out. Instead, he calls for a nationwide prayer meeting. His battle plan? Send the worship team out first. That's right, Jehoshaphat is like, forget the swords and shields, let's lead with the choir. And guess what? It works. As the worshipers sing and praise God, the enemy armies get confused and start attacking each other. By the time Jehoshaphat's army arrives, the battle's already won. Now, I'm not saying you should try this strategy on your next group project or football game, but there's a lesson here about trusting God in the most unexpected ways. And plus, it would be fun to see someone walk into a job interview with a full gospel choir backing them up. King Joash. Good start, terrible finish. 2 Chronicles verse 24. King Joash has one of the most disappointing arcs in Chronicles. He starts out as a boy king under the guidance of Jehoiada the priest, and for a while, everything's going great. Joash restores the temple, makes religious reforms, and it seems like Judah is back on track. But as soon as Jehoiada dies, Joash starts taking advice from the wrong crowd. He allows idols back into the land, and things go downhill fast. The final straw? When the prophet Zechariah, Jehoiada's son no less, calls him out for abandoning God, Joash has him stoned to death. Yikes, Joash's reign ends with a major plot twist. He's assassinated by his own officials. Talk about a dramatic fall from grace. Hezekiah, king of the spiritual comeback. 2 Chronicles 29 verse 32. We've seen good kings, bad kings, and everything in between, but Hezekiah? This guy's all about revival. He comes to the throne and immediately starts cleaning house, destroying idols, reopening the temple, and restoring worship. Hezekiah even celebrates a Passover festival so epic that it lasts twice as long as it was supposed to. Imagine throwing such a great party that everyone's like, let's keep this going for another week. Hezekiah's story is also a reminder that even the best leaders face challenges. At one point, the Assyrian king Sennacherib invades Judah, and things look grim. But instead of panicking, Hezekiah prays and trusts God to handle it. And God delivers, sending an angel to wipe out the Assyrian army. Moral of the story? Even when life throws its worst at you, God's got your back. Manasseh, the worst, but then a redemption arc? 2 Chronicles 33 says, if there's one king who wins the award for worst king ever, it's Manasseh. This guy does everything wrong. Idol worship, child sacrifice, witchcraft, you name it, he did it. Chronicles doesn't mince words. Manasseh led Judah into more evil than the nations God had driven out before them. That's next level bad. But here's where 2 Chronicles throws us a curveball. After Manasseh gets captured by the Assyrians, because obviously things went south, he has a change of heart. He humbles himself before God, repents, and God actually forgives him. Manasseh returns to Judah and tries to clean up the mess he made. It's one of the most unexpected redemption arcs in the Bible, proving that no one is too far gone for God's grace. So in conclusion, Chronicles and the ups and downs of leadership. 2 Chronicles is a roller coaster of good and bad leadership, but the message is clear. When leaders follow God, their kingdoms flourish. When they don't, it all falls apart. The book challenges us to think about the kind of leadership we follow and the kind of leaders we want to be. It's not about perfection, but about humility, seeking God, and knowing that true success comes when we rely on Him. From the wisdom of Solomon to the prayers of Jehoshaphat and the repentance of Manasseh, we're reminded that God is faithful, even when we're not. The Book of Ezra, rebuilding the temple, and trying to keep everyone on task. Ah, the Book of Ezra, the OG home renovation show, but with more ancient scrolls, divine intervention, and a few minor empire-wide decrees. It's all about the return of the exiles from Babylon to Jerusalem and the rebuilding of the temple, with Ezra, the scribe, acting as the project manager and spiritual consultant. It's like a biblical version of a fixer-upper, except instead of worrying about countertops and paint colors, they're trying to avoid being arrested by the local authorities. Let's break it down. Chapter 1, 2, From Babylon to Jerusalem. A long walk home. The book kicks off with Cyrus, the king of Persia, who probably had a fancy crown and some great beard action, suddenly deciding that the Jews who've been chilling in exile for about 70 years can now go back to Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. How does he come to this decision? God stirs his heart, which is basically the ancient version of a divine nudge. Hey, maybe it's time to let them go. So 50,000 Israelites pack their bags, round up the kids, grab their livestock, and begin the trek back to Jerusalem. It's not exactly a luxury road trip. We're talking dusty roads, long days, and plenty of blisters. But the excitement of rebuilding the temple keeps them going. Who needs Netflix when you've got the promise of a divine building project? Chapter 3. Laying the Foundation, with cheers and tears. Once they arrive in Jerusalem, the first order of business is laying the foundation of the new temple. The people are pumped. They build an altar and start offering sacrifices, and then they start laying stones for the new temple. You'd think it would be all high fives and happy dances, right? Well, not quite. Turns out, the older generation who remembered the glory days of Solomon's temple are standing around crying because the new foundation just doesn't compare. Meanwhile, the younger folks are shouting for joy because, hey, they're finally getting in a temple. The noise is so loud that you can't tell the weeping from the cheering. It's an emotional roller coaster. Chapter 4. Trouble in Temple Town. The original building permit problem. And, of course, this wouldn't be a good story without some drama. Just as the Israelites are getting into their groove with the temple rebuilding, the local enemies, probably the type who don't like noisy construction sites, come along and say, hey, mind if we help? But they don't actually want to help. They're more like those nosy neighbors who offer to supervise and then sabotage everything. When the Israelites say, no thanks, we got this, their enemies get mad and start a smear campaign. They send letters to the Persian king complaining about the Jews, calling them the troublemakers. And because of this, the temple work is halted for years. Imagine trying to finish a house renovation but getting stopped every time by city inspectors. It's frustrating. Chapter 5. 6. Prophets, Persian kings, and finally, some progress. Enter the dynamic duo, Haggai and Zechariah. These two prophets show up to give the Israelites a much-needed pep talk. They remind everyone that God's got their back and that they need to get back to work. So the Israelites get their building tools out of storage and start working on the temple up again. But just as they get back to the grind, the local authorities come by again like, hey, do you have a permit for this? Ancient bureaucracy, am I right? The Israelites respond with a simple, yeah, King Cyrus said we could. The officials check with the new king, Darius, who looks through the royal archives, finds Cyrus's decree, and tells everyone to leave the Israelites alone. Not only that, but Darius says the locals should help pay for the construction. How's that for turning the tables? Chapter 7. Enter Ezra, the scribe, with a letter from the king. Now the temple is finished, but the spiritual state of the people still needs some work. Enter Ezra, a priest and expert in the law of Moses. He's sent by King Artaxerxes of Persia to bring some order to Jerusalem and teach the people how to follow God's laws. Ezra rolls into town with priests, Levites, and some serious scrolls. He's like the ultimate spiritual librarian mixed with a motivational speaker. The king gives Ezra a letter that basically says, Ezra, you have full authority to set up judges and magistrates, teach the law, and even punish people who don't follow it. Oh, and also take as much gold and silver as you need for the temple. So Ezra rolls up his sleeves and gets to work, but not without first leading a massive prayer meeting. You know, just to get everyone in the right frame of mind. Chapter 8. The Journey Back. Ezra's Travel Tips. Ezra gathers a group of exiles and leads them on a second wave of returnees back to Jerusalem. But before they set out, he realizes they don't have enough Levites, which is like planning a road trip and then realizing you forgot to bring snacks. Levites are essential for running the temple, so Ezra sends out a quick recruitment email. Probably not, but that's the vibe. And soon they're back on track. Before the journey, Ezra leads the people in fasting and prayer, asking for God's protection because they're traveling without an escort. Ezra's like, "Look, I just told the king that God would protect us, so we can't exactly ask him for a bunch of armed guards now." The group makes it to Jerusalem safely, thanks to God's protection, and probably some excellent navigation skills. Chapter 9. 10. Ezra faces the people's mistakes. Cue the dramatic conflict. Just when things seem to be going well, Ezra discovers a big problem. Many of the Israelites, including priests and Levites, have been intermarrying with the people from the surrounding nations, something God had specifically told them not to do. Cue Ezra's dramatic meltdown. He tears his clothes, pulls out his hair, ouch, and prays a long, heartfelt prayer confessing the people's sins. It's like an ancient version of, "Guys, we just got back on track, and now this?" Ezra's public prayer leads to a massive repentance movement. The people come together, admit their mistakes, and commit to making things right. It's not an easy process, but it's a turning point in their spiritual journey. So in conclusion, Ezra, a story of rebuilding, renewal, and restoring faith. The book of Ezra isn't just about bricks and mortar. It's about restoring faith and rebuilding lives. Ezra shows us that while the physical temple was important, the spiritual renewal of the people was even more crucial. God doesn't just want us to build structures. He wants us to build lives centered around His Word. Ezra's commitment to God's law and his willingness to lead the people back to spiritual health is a powerful reminder that faith is about more than just going through the motions. It's about being real with our mistakes, turning back to God, and working together to follow His path. And hey, if Ezra can keep his cool while managing an entire nation's spiritual comeback, we can probably handle whatever challenges we're facing. The Book of Nehemiah. Rebuilding walls, rescuing spirits, and dodging haters. Let's dive into the Book of Nehemiah, where one guy with a heart for his people decides to take on the massive project of rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. Think of Nehemiah as your ancient version of a community leader who's got a killer vision and refuses to take no for an answer. Basically, a real go-getter. His story is packed with action, strategy, teamwork, and a healthy dose of haters trying to throw him off course. Sound relatable? Totally. Chapter 1. Nehemiah, cupbearer to the king, makes the ultimate prayer request. Nehemiah's story starts off with some serious bad news. Word gets to Nehemiah that Jerusalem is in ruins and the people are struggling big time. Now, Nehemiah is living the dream as the king's cupbearer. Fancy job, but mostly involves risking your life by tasting the king's wine for poison. Still, when he hears about his people's struggle, he's wrecked. So what does he do? He prays. Not just any prayer. This is the kind of prayer that's raw, emotional, and filled with heart. He admits the sins of his people, pleads for mercy, and asks for a chance to make things right. Chapter 2. The king says yes, but the haters are warming up in the bullpen. After days of praying and probably biting his nails down to nubs, Nehemiah asks the king for permission to go rebuild Jerusalem. And, miracle of miracles, the king says yes. Not only that, but he gives Nehemiah supplies and protection for the journey. Score. Nehemiah is off to rebuild the walls and restore the city. But don't think this is going to be easy. Enter Sanballat, Tobiah, and their gang of haters. These guys aren't thrilled about Nehemiah's plans and start mocking him from day one. It's like that scene in every movie where the underdog is about to do something awesome, and the villains are like, "Yeah, good luck with that, buddy." Chapter 3. Let's get building. Cue the montage music. Now onto the construction. If Nehemiah's life were a movie, this is where we'd cue the upbeat montage music. Chapter 3 is basically a who's who of people working on the wall. Priests, goldsmiths, rulers, even perfume makers. Yes, apparently ancient perfumers doubled as construction workers. Who knew? Everyone has their assigned section, and despite the fact that this is literally a giant wall we're talking about, Nehemiah has the crew cranking out bricks like nobody's business. This guy is a master project manager. Nothing is going to slow him down. Chapter 4. Haters gonna hate, but Nehemiah's got backup. As if rebuilding a city wall wasn't tough enough, the haters step up their game. Sanballat, Tobiah, and crew move from taunting to threatening an attack, but Nehemiah's ready for it. He arms half his workers with weapons while the other half build. Can we just pause and appreciate the epic multitasking here? Hammer in one hand, sword in the other. It's like an ancient action movie scene. And when things get really tense, Nehemiah reminds the people, don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and awesome, and fight for your families, your sons and your daughters, your wives and your homes. Nehemiah 4 verse 14. Boom! Instant pep talk. Nehemiah's got that, we got this because God's got this energy about the situation. Chapter 5, Internal Drama. Even God's people get hangry. Just when you think it's all external enemies, there's some serious internal drama. The people start complaining about debt and famine, and some of the wealthier Israelites are exploiting their fellow Jews. Nehemiah, always the stand-up guy, calls them out on it. He's like, hey, we can't treat each other like this. We're all in this together. Nehemiah demands that the rich return the land and money they've taken from the poorer folks. Amazingly, they listen, and the community starts working together again. Nehemiah knows that to rebuild the walls, they also have to rebuild trust among the people. Chapter 6. The final push and the haters' last-ditch efforts. We're back to the haters. Sanballat and Tobiah try to lure Nehemiah into a trap by inviting him to a meeting. Yeah, Nehemiah's not falling for that one. They even start spreading rumors that Nehemiah's planning to set himself up as king. Classic villain move. But Nehemiah's having none of it. He knows that his calling is bigger than their petty schemes, so he keeps building. His secret weapon? Another round of prayer. Nehemiah's like, God, I need strength to finish this thing. And wouldn't you know it? The wall gets done in just 52 days. That's right. In under 2 months, Nehemiah and his crew completely rebuild the wall that was lying in ruins for over a century. Chapter 7 to 13. The people, the party, and the promises. Once the wall is up, it's time for rebuilding the community. Nehemiah doesn't just want a physical wall around Jerusalem. He wants the people to be spiritually strong too. So there's a big public reading of the law, led by Ezra the priest, and the people renew their covenant with God. There's even a huge celebration where they march around the wall singing and playing instruments. It's like the ultimate block party. But Nehemiah's work isn't done. He returns to his day job as the king's cupbearer, but comes back later to check on Jerusalem. He finds that the people have started to slack off. Some have broken the Sabbath, and others are intermarrying with foreign nations. Nehemiah, ever the straight shooter, corrects them and makes sure they're following God's law again. Nehemiah's humor? A little tough love. Anyone? So Nehemiah might not be cracking jokes, but there's definitely some tough love humor going on. In chapter 13, when Nehemiah finds out some of the Israelites are still ignoring the Sabbath, he literally has the gates shut so no one can come in and out on the Sabbath. And when the traders still try to sell their goods outside the wall, Nehemiah threatens to lay hands on them, not in a let's pray together way, but more of a you better watch yourself way. Nehemiah 13 verse 21. Classic tough guy move. So in conclusion, Nehemiah, the original fixer-upper. The book of Nehemiah is an incredible story of leadership, determination, and faith. Nehemiah faced external threats, internal drama, and his own limitations, but he never stopped trusting God. Through prayer, strategic planning, and sheer persistence, he accomplished what seemed impossible. He didn't just rebuild a wall, he helped rebuild a people. Nehemiah's story reminds us that when God gives us a vision, it won't always be easy, and there will be plenty of haters along the way. But with prayer, faith, and a lot of hard work, we can accomplish amazing things. The Book of Esther, a royal drama, a beauty pageant, and how to save a nation. Okay, folks, buckle up, because the Book of Esther is basically the ultimate biblical drama. Think of it as a mix between a royal soap opera and a superhero origin story, but with fewer capes and more crowns. It's got everything. A king with questionable decision-making skills, an evil villain who could give Disney baddies a run for their money, and an unlikely heroine who saves her people using courage, smarts, and impeccable timing. So, grab your popcorn, or, some unleavened bread or something, and let's dive into this wild and inspiring story, Esther style. Chapter 1. The King Throws a Party. That goes too far. We start the book with King Xerxes, or Ahasuerus if you want to sound fancy, throwing a party. And by party, I mean a 180-day-long rager to show off his wealth, power, and, presumably, his ability to throw the world's longest open bar. After half a year of partying, the king decides to show off one more thing: his queen, Vashti. But she's not having it. When Xerxes calls her to come strut her stuff in front of a bunch of drunk men, Vashti responds with what we can only imagine was the ancient Persian equivalent of, "Nah, I'm good." And just like that, Vashti is out. Xerxes, the sensitive soul that he is, decides that because his wife didn't follow orders, she's gotta go. You can already tell this guy's gonna be a handful, right? So Queen Vashti is deposed, and Xerxes is suddenly single again. Chapter 2. Enter Esther stage right, and cue the beauty contest. Now that Xerxes is single and ready to mingle, his advisors suggest holding a king-sized beauty pageant to find a new queen. This is where Esther comes into the picture. Esther is a young Jewish woman living in Persia with her cousin Mordecai. She's smart, brave, and, as it happens, drop-dead gorgeous. Esther doesn't enter the contest voluntarily. She's kind of drafted into it. But she quickly becomes a favorite. And, surprise, surprise, she wins the crown. That's right, the orphaned Jewish girl becomes Queen of Persia. If this were a rom-com, this would be the part where the montage of Esther trying on the tiaras and adjusting to palace life kicks in. But here's the catch. Esther keeps her Jewish identity a secret because, well, things aren't exactly safe for her people in Persia. Chapter 3. Enter Haman, the evil villain. Boo, hiss. Every good story needs a villain, and in Chapter 3, we meet Haman, the guy you're definitely supposed to boo whenever he shows up. Haman's basically Xerxes' right-hand man, and he's got an ego that would put modern-day influencers to shame. He expects everyone to bow down to him, but when Mordecai, Esther's cousin, refuses, Haman loses it. Instead of just being mad at Mordecai, Haman decides to take it out on all the Jews. Yeah, a bit of an overreaction. Haman convinces Xerxes to issue a decree that will allow the destruction of the Jewish people throughout the empire. And Xerxes, showing off his incredible judgment skills once again, goes along with it without asking too many questions. So, things are looking pretty grim for Esther's people. Chapter 4. Mordecai's epic pep talk. When Mordecai finds out about Haman's evil plan, he's understandably freaked out. He sends word to Esther urging her to go to the king and beg for mercy. But here's the thing. You couldn't just waltz into the king's throne room without an invitation, even if you were the queen. If you tried, you could be put to death. Yikes. Esther's like, are you sure about this? And Mordecai drops one of the most famous lines in the Bible. Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4, verse 14. Basically, he's telling her, look, Esther, maybe you became queen for this exact moment. You're in the palace for a reason, so it's time to step up. No pressure, right? Esther takes a deep breath, probably grabs some prayer time and says, if I perish, I perish. Esther 4, verse 16. In other words, she's going for it, no matter the risk. This is her hero moment. Chapter 5. Esther's sneaky dinner party. Now, Esther doesn't just barge into the throne room yelling, "Save the Jews." Nope. She's strategic. She dresses up, looking her absolute queenly best, and approaches the king. Fortunately, Xerxes is in a good mood and extends his golden scepter, meaning Esther's life is spared. Phew. But instead of spilling the beans right away, Esther invites Xerxes and Haman to a fancy dinner. She knows that the way to a king's heart is through his stomach. Classic move. After the first dinner, she invites them to another dinner the next night, keeping everyone in suspense. Haman leaves the first feast feeling pretty good about himself, but his mood sours when he sees Mordecai still refusing to bow down. So what does Haman do? He builds a 75-foot gallows to hang Mordecai on. Talk about being petty. Chapter 6. Sleepless nights and the plot thickens. This is where the story takes a major plot twist. That night, Xerxes can't sleep, probably too much wine at Esther's dinner party, so he asks for the royal records to be read to him. Because nothing says sleep aid like ancient meeting notes, right? But here's the twist. As the records are read, Xerxes realizes that Mordecai had once saved his life from an assassination plot, and he never got properly rewarded for it. Xerxes, in an epic twist of irony, asks Haman, remember, the guy who hates Mordecai, what should be done for someone the king wants to honor? Haman, thinking Xerxes is talking about him, suggests a grand parade where the honored person is dressed in royal robes and paraded around the city on the king's horse. Xerxes loves the idea and tells Haman to do it for, wait for it, Mordecai. Yep, Haman has to throw a parade for the very guy he wants to kill. Talk about awkward. Chapter 7. Esther drops the bombshell. At the second dinner party, Esther finally reveals her big secret. She tells Xerxes that she's Jewish, and that Haman's evil plot would mean the death of her people, including her. Xerxes is furious. Apparently, he didn't read the fine print on Haman's decree. In a dramatic turn of events, Haman is exposed as the villain he is, and in a twist of poetic justice, he's hanged on the very gallows he built for Mordecai. Ouch. Chapter 8 to 10. The Big Save. Now that Haman's out of the picture, Xerxes gives Esther and Mordecai the power to write a new decree. They issue an edict allowing the Jews to defend themselves against their enemies. When the fateful day arrives, the Jews are victorious, and their lives are spared. The book wraps up with Mordecai becoming second in command to Xerxes. Talk about a promotion. And the Jewish people instituting the Feast of Purim to celebrate their deliverance. Esther, the unlikely queen, becomes the heroine of the story, and her courage saves an entire nation. Not bad for a girl who started out as an orphan. So, in conclusion, Esther and the power of courage. The Book of Esther is more than just a dramatic royal tale. It's a story of bravery, faith, and the power of stepping up when the moment calls for it. Esther's journey from an ordinary girl to a queen who saved her people reminds us that God places us where we are for a reason. Sometimes, like Esther, we may find ourselves in difficult or even dangerous situations. But God can use us in those moments to make a difference. Esther's story teaches us that no matter who we are, we have the potential to change the world around us, if we're willing to take the risk and trust in God's plan. The Book of Job, the ultimate why me story with a happy-ish ending. The Book of Job is the ultimate Bible story for anyone who's ever asked, why is this happening to me? It's like Job's entire life turns into one long episode of everything that can go wrong will go wrong. And to make matters worse, it's all happening while he's being watched by a bunch of angels. And Satan, of course. If you've ever had a terrible, no good, very bad day or year, then Job is your guy. The best part? Even in the middle of losing everything, Job holds on to his faith in God, though not without a few intense debates with his friends and some complaints along the way. Honestly, if there's anyone in the Bible who could have gotten away with saying, seriously, God? It's Job. Let's dive into this roller coaster of suffering, patience, and ultimate restoration, where Job loses it all, gains some wisdom, and even gets a happy ending. Kind of. Chapters 1 and 2. Job, Satan, and the worst bet ever. The book starts off innocently enough. Job is a wealthy guy with a big family, tons of animals, and everything anyone could ask for. Plus, he's known for being a stand-up guy. blameless, righteous, and devoted to God. So naturally, Satan decides to crash the party. In Job 1, Satan waltzes up to God and says, "Yeah, Job's only loyal to you because you've blessed him with all that stuff. Take it away, and watch how fast he'll curse you." And God, confident in Job's faith, says, "Challenge accepted." He gives Satan permission to test Job, and that's when everything goes downhill faster than a broken shopping cart on a steep hill. In a single day, Job loses his livestock, his servants, his wealth, and, worst of all, his kids. To make matters even worse, Satan isn't done. He goes back to God and says, "Okay, but he's still got his health. Take that away, and I bet he'll fold." So, God allows Satan to strike Job with painful sores from head to toe. At this point, Job's wife chimes in with some encouraging advice. Curse God and die. Job 2, verse 9. Yikes, not exactly helpful. But Joab, he stays strong. He says, "Shall we accept good from God and not trouble?" Job 2, verse 10. It's like Job's reminding us all that life isn't just rainbows and unicorns. Sometimes it's thunderstorms and flat tires. But even in the middle of the chaos, Job doesn't turn his back on God. Chapters 3 through 31. Enter Job's friends and their terrible advice. So, Job's lost everything. His body is in pain, his life is in ruins, and 3 of his friends show up to comfort him. What follows is basically the worst therapy session in history. Job's friends, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, spend chapter after chapter telling Job that all this suffering must be his fault. They're like that one friend who always says, "Well, maybe you should have tried harder." Or, "Maybe God is punishing you for something." Not exactly what you want to hear when you've just lost everything. Job, on the other hand, isn't buying it. He insists that he's innocent and doesn't deserve all this suffering. He starts questioning God, not in a forget you God kind of way, but more like, "Hey, could you explain why this is happening? Because this makes no sense." Job's basically saying, "God, I know you're good, but I'm really struggling to see how this is fair." Throughout these chapters, Job's honesty is refreshing. He's not pretending everything's fine. He's in pain, he's confused, and he's crying out to God. It's a reminder that it's okay to bring your raw, unfiltered emotions to God. He can handle it. After all, if Job can question God and still be considered righteous, then there's hope for all of us when we feel like life's throwing us too many curveballs. Chapters 32 through 37. Elihu, the young guy with big opinions. Just when you think Job's had enough bad advice, Elihu, a younger guy, shows up to give his 2 cents. Elihu's basically like, "Listen, all you old guys are wrong. Let me show you how it's done." He starts talking about how God uses suffering to teach and correct people. His speech is a little better than Job's other friends, but still, it doesn't fully answer Job's questions. Elihu's got some good points about how God is bigger than we can understand. But at this point, Job's probably thinking, can someone just let God speak for himself? And that's exactly what happens next. Chapters 38 to 41. God finally speaks, and it's epic. Finally, after all the debating and questioning, God speaks. But instead of answering Job's why questions, God takes a different approach. He doesn't explain Job's suffering. He reminds Job of who he is. God gives Job a grand tour of the universe, asking questions like, "Where were you when I laid the earth's foundation?" Job 38, verse 4. And, "Can you bring forth the constellations in their seasons?" Job 38, verse 32. Basically, God's saying, "Job, I've got a handle on things that you can't even begin to understand. Trust me. I know what I'm doing." This part of the book is humbling and awe-inspiring. God doesn't give Job all the answers, but he reminds Job, and all of us, that he's in control, even when life doesn't make sense. Sometimes it's not about understanding why things happen. It's about trusting that God knows what he's doing, even when we don't. Chapter 42. Job's happy-ish ending, restoration and new beginnings. After God's speech, Job's response is pure humility. He says, "Surely I spoke of things I did not understand, things too wonderful for me to know." Job 42 verse 3. Job repents, not for sinning, because he didn't, but for questioning God's wisdom. And here's the best part. God restores Job's fortunes. In fact, Job gets twice as much as he had before. He gets new livestock, new wealth, and even new children. It's like God saying, "I haven't forgotten you, Job. I see your pain, and I'm going to bless you beyond what you've lost." But the key takeaway isn't just that Job gets everything back. It's that Job's faith stayed intact through the storm. Even when life didn't make sense, Job trusted God, and that's what mattered in the end. So in conclusion, Job, faith in the face of suffering. The book of Job is a powerful reminder that life isn't always fair, but God is always faithful. Job's story teaches us that it's okay to question, it's okay to cry, and it's okay to wonder why things are happening. But through it all, we need to hold on to the fact that God is bigger than our circumstances. Even when we don't understand why we're suffering, we can trust that God is in control and that He has a plan for our lives. Job's faith wasn't about having all the answers. It was about trusting God no matter what. The Book of Psalms, God's greatest hits album. Welcome to the Book of Psalms, a 150-song playlist straight from the heart of Israel. If you think of it like a mixtape, Psalms would be the ultimate collection of bangers that cover every mood. Happy, sad, angry, confused, grateful. You name it, it's in here. It's like the Spotify of ancient worship, with David, the OG singer-songwriter, leading the charts. Whether you're feeling blessed or stressed, the Psalms have something to say, with a vibe that'll make you want to hit repeat over and over again. So, grab your headphones, or scroll back to David's era and grab a harp, and let's dive into the ultimate worship playlist. David, king of the charts and Israel. David's kind of like the Beyoncé of Psalms. He wrote most of the big hits, and his music was all about expressing his raw emotions as to God. One minute, David's on top of the world, praising God for his goodness. The next, he's like, "Lord, are you even listening?" Take Psalm 23, for example. It's a classic hit that everyone knows, where David's basically saying, "God is my shepherd, I've got all I need." But skip over to Psalm 22, and it's a whole different mood. My God, why have you forsaken me?" Talk about a roller coaster of feels. Yet even in his darkest moments, David always came back to trusting God. That's what made him a real spiritual rock star. The range of emotions, a psalm for every mood. The Psalms are so relatable because they cover pretty much every emotion known to man. Having a great day? Check out Psalm 100. Shout for joy to the Lord, all the earth. Feeling like your enemies are out to get you? Psalm 3 is your anthem. Lord, how many are my foes? But you, Lord, are a shield around me. Or maybe life's just throwing curveballs and you don't know what's going on. No worries, Psalm 13 has your back. How long, Lord? Will you forget me forever? No matter how you're feeling, Psalms has a song for it. It's like having a built-in emotional support playlist in the Bible. The Psalms are there to remind you that it's okay to feel deeply, and God's big enough to handle it all. God's majesty on full display. Another thing the Psalms do is show off just how incredible God is. There are tons of Psalms that focus on God's power and creation. Psalm 19 is like a shout-out to the heavens and earth for how well they declare God's glory. It's like David is staring at the sky and going, "Wow, God, you really outdid yourself with this one." And then there's Psalm 8, where David's like, "What is mankind that you're mindful of us?" It's a real humbling reminder that even though we're small in the grand scheme of things, God still cares about us. He's not just the God of the universe, he's also personal. And that's something to sing about. Psalms of Lament, when life hits hard. The Psalms aren't all rainbows and sunshine, though. A huge chunk of them are what we call Psalms of Lament. These are the Psalms you go to when life is hitting hard and you need to pour out your frustrations to God. Psalm 88 is one of the darkest Psalms. There's no happy ending in sight, just a raw cry for help. It's like David saying, "God, things are terrible and I don't see a way out." But even in the lament Psalms, there's this undercurrent of hope. Sure, the psalmist might be in the pits, but they're still talking to God, which shows a trust that God can handle their pain. It's a reminder that when we're struggling, it's okay to be honest with God. He's not looking for perfect prayers. He's looking for real ones. The Messianic Psalms, sneak peek of the coming Savior. One of the coolest parts of Psalms is that it foreshadows Jesus. Some Psalms are called Messianic Psalms because they point directly to the coming Savior. Psalm 22, for instance, starts with, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Words that Jesus himself would later cry out on the cross. It's like David accidentally wrote the theme song for the crucifixion, centuries before it had happened. Psalm 110 is another banger where David describes a future king who will rule forever. Spoiler alert, that's Jesus. The Psalms are packed with hidden gems that connect the Old Testament to the New, showing us that God's plan for salvation was in motion all along. So, in conclusion, Psalms, the ultimate soundtrack for life. So, what can we take away from the book of Psalms? Whether you're on a spiritual high, struggling through life's low points, or anywhere in between, Psalms reminds us that it's okay to bring all of that to God. This collection of songs teaches us that God is both majestic and personal, powerful enough to create the universe, yet caring enough to listen to our deepest struggles. Psalms invites us to worship God in every season of life, not just when things are going well, but also when everything seems to be falling apart. The Book of Proverbs, God's handbook for not screwing up. Let's talk about the Book of Proverbs, or as I like to call it, God's ultimate life hack manual. It's basically a collection of wise sayings and advice, mostly from King Solomon, who was known as the wisest dude around, when he wasn't marrying 700 wives and writing love songs. Proverbs is like that one friend who's always got solid life advice, except this friend never leads you wrong. Whether you're looking to get your life together, avoid embarrassing mistakes, or just get smarter without having to Google everything, Proverbs has got your back. Buckle up, because we're about to learn how to become life pros. Proverbs 1-9. Wisdom is the real MVP. Proverbs kicks off with a major love letter to wisdom. Solomon wastes no time telling us that wisdom is the most valuable thing we could ever chase, way better than money, fame, or collecting rare Pokemon cards. He describes wisdom like a wise woman standing on the street corner yelling, "Hey, you, yes you? Want to live your best life? Come follow me." Now don't be that guy who ignores her and keeps walking. Solomon is saying, if you want to avoid a lifetime of face-palming regret, grab onto wisdom and don't let go. Wisdom is practical. It'll save you from making dumb choices, from hanging out with shady people to sending cringe texts at 2 a.m. Proverbs 9 even shows wisdom throwing a party. Who knew living wisely could be so lit? Proverbs 10:29. The Wisdom Buffet, all you can eat. This is where things really kick into gear. Proverbs 10-29 are jam-packed with snack-sized nuggets of wisdom. Think of it like a wisdom buffet, and you're piling your plate high with practical life advice. You've got Proverbs about friends. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens as another. Proverbs 27:17. Translation: get yourself friends who help you level up, not ones who drag you down to noob status. Words. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. In other words, when someone's heated, don't go in with a flamethrower. Try a cool, calm approach instead. Work ethic. Go to the ant, you sluggard. Consider its ways and be wise. Proverbs 6, verse 6. Solomon's saying, hey, if an ant can get stuff done, what's your excuse? Handling money. The borrower is slave to the lender. Proverbs 22, verse 7. It's basically the OG version of don't max out your credit cards. Proverbs is telling us to live within our means and not get trapped in debt. This section feels like Solomon just sat down and started dropping life hacks like, oh, you need relationship advice? I got you. Money problems? Say less. Want to win at life in general? Here's the blueprint. And now meet the anti-Solomon. Proverbs 30. When the sidekick takes the mic. Proverbs 30 is by a guy named Agur. Who? And it's like the bonus track on the album you didn't know you needed. Agur starts off by admitting he doesn't know much, which is hilarious because he's about to hit us with some wild wisdom bombs. He talks about the mysterious wonders of life, like the way an eagle flies or how a snake slithers on a rock. Agur reminds us that sometimes, the more you know, the more you realize how much you don't know. Hashtag deep. Proverbs 31. The OG Superwoman. Finally, we end with Proverbs 31. The chapter every mom hopes her son will memorize and every girl secretly rolls her eyes at, because it's basically the description of a woman who can do everything. Run a business, cook gourmet meals, raise perfect kids, and probably bench press Solomon himself. But here's the thing. Proverbs 31 isn't meant to be a checklist for women to live up to. It's a tribute to the power, intelligence, and strength that women naturally have. So ladies, if you've ever felt like you're juggling everything, this chapter is for you. You're already Proverbs 31 material. So in conclusion, Proverbs, the Bible's cheat codes for life. So what do we take away from the book of Proverbs? It's a cheat code for life. Whether you're trying to make better decisions, choose better friends, or just navigate the messiness of being human, Proverbs has advice for you. Solomon's goal was simple. Follow wisdom, and you'll avoid a ton of pain and regret. Ignore wisdom, and, well, good luck. But the best part? Proverbs isn't a lecture. It's more like a life hack guide written by someone who's been there, done that, and lived to tell the tale. Wisdom is waiting. Will you take it? The book of Ecclesiastes. Life, meaning, and a whole lot of vanity. Ecclesiastes, the book in the Bible where King Solomon, allegedly, gets a little existential, maybe even a bit moody. It's like he woke up one morning, looked at his empire, all his riches, wisdom, and accomplishments, and went, what's the point of all this? You know, the kind of deep life questions we all ask at 3 a.m. when we can't sleep. Except, instead of random tweets, Solomon wrote an entire biblical book about it. Ecclesiastes is a philosophical exploration of life's meaning, purpose, and how everything can feel like, well, vanity. Yep, the word vanity, which basically means meaningless, shows up over 30 times into the book. But don't worry, it's not as depressing as it sounds. In fact, Ecclesiastes is surprisingly relatable, humorous, in a dry, wisdom-filled way, and packed with practical life lessons. So, let's dive in and see how Solomon's ancient wisdom still speaks to us today, and have a little fun along the way. Chapter 1. Solomon's Quarter-Life Crisis. Ecclesiastes kicks off with Solomon, who's basically having what we'd now call a quarter-life, or maybe midlife, crisis. He starts by declaring, meaningless, meaningless, everything is meaningless. Ecclesiastes 1, verse 2. Well, all right then, not exactly the uplifting start we were hoping for, but hang tight, it gets better. Solomon's first observation is this: life feels repetitive. He looks at the world and sees the same things happening over and over again. The sun rises, the sun sets, the wind blows, the rivers flow into the sea, but nothing ever changes. He's like, what's the point? We just keep going in circles. Sounds a lot like how Mondays feel, doesn't it? Basically, Solomon is telling us that if we only look at life from a human perspective, it can seem like a hamster wheel. A lot of running, but not much progress. Chapter 2, Solomon tries it all and still feels empty. In Chapter 2, Solomon takes things up a notch. He's like, okay, if life feels meaningless, maybe I just haven't tried hard enough to find happiness. So, he does what any king with unlimited resources would do. He throws himself into pleasure. Solomon tries it all. Parties, building projects, gardens, vineyards, treasure, music, you name it. If Solomon had an Instagram, it'd be filled with selfies of him at the most extravagant of parties and standing in front of the greatest palaces ever built. But here's the kicker. After all that, he still feels empty. Everything was meaningless. A chasing after the wind, he says in Ecclesiastes 2, verse 11. At this point, Solomon is like that friend who goes on a wild adventure to find themselves, only to come back and say, hey, turns out that wasn't it. So, what's his conclusion? None of it will truly satisfy. Chapters 3 and 4, a time for everything, even complaining? Now let's get to one of the most well-known parts of Ecclesiastes, Chapter 3, where Solomon tells us there's a time for everything. You've probably heard it at weddings, funerals, or even in classic rock songs. Solomon lists out all the seasons of life. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, a time to uproot, a time to weep, a time to laugh, and so on. His point? Life is a series of changing seasons. And no matter what season we're in, it's all part of the bigger picture. It's a reminder that even though life can feel repetitive or meaningless at times, there's a purpose in every moment. But because this is Ecclesiastes, Solomon can't help but throw in a little grumbling. In chapters 4 and 5, he talks about the injustice and oppression he sees in the world. He's like, seriously? Why do bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people? And honestly, we can all relate to that. Sometimes, life just doesn't make sense. Chapter 6, Solomon's got 99 problems, but wealth ain't one. By chapter 6, Solomon's back on his riches are meaningless kick. He's like, look, I've got all the wealth, and guess what? It didn't solve my problems. This is where Solomon really sounds like he's reached the peak of his first world problems. He even says that if you have all the wealth in the world but don't enjoy life, it's better to not have been born. Whoa, Solomon, that escalated quickly. The lesson here? Money can't buy happiness. Solomon's like, yeah, I've tried that. Trust me, it doesn't work. If Solomon had a financial advisor, he'd probably be telling everyone to focus less on their bank accounts and more on finding true joy and meaning in life. Chapters 7 to 10, Life Hacks from Solomon. Next up, Solomon drops a bunch of wisdom one-liners that sound like they could be pulled from a motivational poster or a self-help book. It's like, here's a list of life hacks I've learned along the way. A good name is better than fine perfume. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 1. Translation: Your reputation matters more than material things. The end of a matter is better than its beginning. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 8. Translation: Stick with things, because finishing strong is what counts. Do not be over-righteous, neither be over-wise. Why destroy yourself? Ecclesiastes 7 verse 16. Translation: Don't try to be a know-it-all. No one likes that person. In chapters 9 and 10, Solomon also reminds us that life is unpredictable. He says, the race is not to the swift or the battle to the strong, meaning that sometimes things don't go the way you expect. Life has a way of throwing curveballs, and the key is to roll with it and trust God's bigger plan. Chapters 11 and 12. Remember your Creator before you're old and grumpy. As Ecclesiastes comes to a close, Solomon offers some advice that hits hard, especially for younger folks. He says, remember your Creator in the days of your youth. Ecclesiastes 12 verse 1. Basically, don't wait until you're old and jaded to start thinking about God. Life is short, and you don't want to spend your best years chasing things that won't last. He also gives a poetic and slightly grim description of old age, where everything starts to break down. Your vision fades, your hands shake, your legs give out. Thanks for the uplifting visual, Solomon. His point? Life is fleeting, so focus on what really matters while you still can. So in conclusion, Ecclesiastes' big takeaway. So what's the final message of Ecclesiastes? Is it really all just meaningless? Well, not quite. After all his searching and existential crises, Solomon ends with this: fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the duty of all mankind. Ecclesiastes 12 verse 13. In other words, After trying everything under the sun, Solomon realizes that the only thing that truly matters is living a life centered on God. Everything else is temporary, but God's purpose for us is eternal. Ecclesiastes reminds us that while life can feel confusing, repetitive, and even meaningless at times, true meaning comes from knowing and serving God. Solomon's message is a wake-up call to stop chasing after things that won't last and to focus on what really matters. The Song of Solomon, love, poetry, and some serious romance. Welcome to the Song of Solomon, or as it's sometimes called, the Song of Songs, the book of the Bible that's basically one long romantic poem. Yep, you heard that right. We're diving into the part of scripture that's all about love, passion, and, dare we say it, a little spice. If you thought the Bible was all laws, prophets, and battles, think again. This book is a love letter, both literally and figuratively, filled with beautiful metaphors and poetic expressions that'll make even the most romantic person blush. The Love Story, a biblical romance novel, but classy. At its core, the Song of Solomon is a dialogue between two lovers, a beloved, a woman, and her lover, a man, with some bonus input from their friends. This isn't your average love story, though. It's packed with imagery, from gardens and gazelles to spices and vineyards. Think of it as a biblical version of Shakespeare, where every line is dripping with romantic symbolism. You've got lines like, "Your eyes are doves, and your hair is like a flock of goats." Sure, these metaphors might sound a little odd today, but in ancient times, they were basically the height of flirtation. The book follows the couple as they praise each other, long for each other, and celebrate their love. There's a lot of nature imagery, flowers, fruits, and animals, which makes the whole thing feel like a love letter to both each other and the beauty of creation. Love is in the air and the vineyards. One of the coolest things about the Song of Solomon is how it shows us that love, real, God-honoring love, isn't something to shy away from. These two are clearly head over heels for each other, and the text doesn't hold back in showing the intensity of their feelings. Whether they're comparing each other to lilies or talking about the fragrance of myrrh, this couple is in deep. And the best part? The whole thing is a celebration of the beauty of marriage and commitment. While the book has sometimes been interpreted as an allegory for God's love for his people, which is totally valid, it's also pretty clear that it's about romantic love between a man and a woman. So if you've ever thought the Bible doesn't have room for passion, think again. That time you compared your crush to a gazelle. Now let's talk about some of the book's more creative compliments. There's no denying that biblical flirting is a little different from what we're used to today. If you called someone's hair a flock of goats in 2024, you might get a weird look. But back then, these lines were smooth. When the lover tells the beloved, "Your neck is like the Tower of David," he's not just making random comparisons. He's praising her strength and beauty using images that would have been really familiar to them. It's kind of like the ancient version of comparing someone's smile to the sun or their eyes to stars. So the next time someone tries to impress you with a cheesy pickup line, just remember, it's been happening for centuries. God's design for love, the bigger picture. But here's the thing. While the Song of Solomon is definitely about romantic love, it also gives us a glimpse into something much deeper. It shows us the joy and delight that God intended for marriage. This isn't some dry, distant relationship. This is passionate, full-bodied love that reflects the intimacy and connection that God designed for couples. It's a reminder that love, whether it's the love between a husband and wife, or God's love for his people, is something to be cherished and celebrated. The book's imagery of gardens, vineyards, and fruits also has a deeper meaning. Just like a vineyard needs tending to grow healthy grapes, relationships, whether romantic or spiritual, require care, attention, and patience. The Song of Solomon reminds us to nurture our relationships, to keep them strong and flourishing, just like a well-cared-for garden. So in conclusion, lessons from the Song of Solomon. The Song of Solomon is a beautiful celebration of love, intimacy, and the joy of relationships. Whether you read it as an allegory for God's love for his people, or as a poetic expression of romantic love, this book shows us that love is something to be treasured and nurtured. From its flowery metaphors to its passionate dialogues, the Song of Solomon reminds us that love, when it's rooted in God's design, is something truly beautiful. The Book of Isaiah, God's ultimate mic drop, and the prophet who couldn't stop talking. The Book of Isaiah is like the ultimate mixtape from God, where he's dropping truth, warning about the future, and giving a glimpse into his long-term plans for salvation. Isaiah, the prophet at the center of it all, is basically the guy who's got a hotline straight to God. He's sent to deliver a message to a rebellious nation that keeps messing up. If you've ever felt like you had to keep repeating yourself to get someone's attention, then Isaiah is your guy, except he's doing it on behalf of the Almighty. which adds a bit of gravity. This book covers everything from judgment and hope to prophecies about the coming Messiah, all while throwing in some epic imagery that's better than any action movie. So grab your popcorn, because Isaiah's story is about to unfold, and it's not just some ancient history. It's packed with lessons for us today. Chapter 1, 39. Judgment Day is coming, but don't panic just yet. The first part of Isaiah is like when your mom is telling you for the 100th time to clean your room, but this time she's actually serious. And God's giving Isaiah some tough messages for the people of Judah. They've been acting like rebellious teenagers, ignoring God's rules, worshiping idols, and making alliances with sketchy nations. Isaiah tells them that if they don't shape up, there's going to be some serious consequences, including invasion, exile, and a whole lot of suffering. Isaiah's prophecies about judgment are pretty intense. There's talk of nations being wiped out, cities destroyed, and the people being dragged off into captivity. It's not exactly light reading, but Isaiah balances it out with a promise. God isn't going to abandon his people forever. There's always a thread of hope, like when you've messed up big time, but your parents remind you that they still love you, after grounding you for a month, of course. In Isaiah 1 verse 18, God says, "Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow." So even though God is angry, he's also offering forgiveness. It's like he's saying, you've made a mess, but if you're willing to come back to me, I'll clean it up. Chapter 40. TO55, comfort my people, God's got a plan. And spoiler, it's awesome. After the heavy judgment messages, Isaiah 40 opens with one of the most comforting verses in the Bible. Comfort, comfort my people, says your God. It's like God saying, okay, you've been through the tough stuff. Now let me remind you how much I love you. These chapters are filled with promises of restoration and hope. God reassures his people that he hasn't forgotten them, and that their time of suffering won't last forever. If the first part of Isaiah was the storm, this is the rainbow. Isaiah also starts dropping some major Messiah hints. In Isaiah 53, we get one of the most famous prophecies about Jesus. He was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. It's like Isaiah's giving us a sneak peek into God's ultimate plan for salvation, and it's way more exciting than any movie spoiler. The people might be going through tough times now, but there's a Savior coming who will take on their sins and bring them back into God's arms. Now back to your regular scheduled programming. Chapter 56 to 66. New heavens, new earth, God's grand finale. The last part of Isaiah is all about the future, and let me tell you, it's looking pretty epic. God reveals his plans for a new heaven and a new earth, where everything is made right. No more pain, no more suffering, no more bad decisions that lead to exile. It's like God is hitting the reset button, but this time everything's going to be perfect. Isaiah also talks about how God's salvation isn't just for Israel, it's for everyone. In Isaiah 56:7, God says, "My house will be called a house of prayer for all nations." Basically, he's opening the doors to anyone who wants to come in, no matter where they're from or what they've done. It's like the ultimate party invitation. God's making sure no one gets left out. Isaiah ends with a vision of justice and restoration, where God's people will live in peace and joy. And it's the kind of ending that makes you want to stand up and cheer, knowing that despite all the mess and rebellion, God's love wins in the end. So in conclusion, Isaiah, judgment, hope, and the ultimate comeback. The book of Isaiah is like a roller coaster ride of judgment, hope, and future promises. It starts with a wake-up call to God's people, letting them know that their actions have consequences. But even in the darkest moments, there's always a glimmer of hope, because God's love is relentless. He's not going to let his people go, and he's got a plan to bring them back, through exile, through suffering, and ultimately through Jesus, the Messiah. Isaiah's message isn't just for the people of his time, it's for all of us. We mess up, we stray from God, and sometimes we even face the consequences of our actions. But just like God promised to restore Israel, he promises to restore us. The message of Isaiah is that no matter how far we've fallen, God's love and salvation are bigger than our failures. The book of Jeremiah, the weeping prophet and God's never-ending call to please. Just listen. The book of Jeremiah is like reading the diary of the ultimate underdog prophet. Jeremiah is tasked with delivering some of the hardest messages to the people of Judah, and he does it with more tears than a heartbroken rom-com character. Nicknamed the Weeping Prophet, Jeremiah's life wasn't exactly rainbows and sunshine. Imagine being sent to warn your entire nation that they're headed for disaster, and no one listens to you. It's like being the guy with a "the end is near" sign, but you're actually right, and no one's buying it. Despite all the rejection and suffering, Jeremiah's message is one of hope in the midst of judgment. He teaches us that even when it feels like the whole world's falling apart, God's got a plan, and he's not giving up on his people. So buckle up and let's dive into this emotional roller coaster of a book. Chapter 1. Jeremiah, the prophet nobody wanted to be. Jeremiah didn't exactly sign up for this gig. In Jeremiah 1 verse 5, God tells him, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." It's like Jeremiah had no choice but to step into his destiny, whether he liked it or not. Spoiler, he didn't. Jeremiah responds like any of us would if God handed us a life of hardship and rejection. "Ah, sovereign Lord, I do not know how to speak. I am too young." Jeremiah 1 verse 6. Basically, Jeremiah is trying to get out of it, pulling the classic, "I'm too young for this" card. But God's not having it. He reassures Jeremiah, saying, "Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you." Jeremiah 1 verse 8. This is a lesson we can all relate to. When God calls us to do something hard, it's tempting to throw up excuses, but God's not interested in how qualified we feel. He's already got the plan, and he promises to be with us through it all, even if it involves some serious weeping along the way. Chapters 2 to 29. Rebellious people and a prophet who just can't quit. For the next 27 chapters, Jeremiah delivers God's warnings to the people of Judah, and it's like watching a car crash in slow motion. No matter how much he tells them to turn back to God, they keep doing their own thing, worshiping idols, and making really bad life choices. It's like Jeremiah is that friend who's constantly saying, "Dude, maybe you should stop texting your ex," and Judah's like, "Nah, I got this." God's messages through Jeremiah aren't exactly gentle. He accuses the people of spiritual adultery, Jeremiah 3 verse 20, compares them to a broken cistern that can't hold water, Jeremiah 2 verse 13, and warns them that they're heading straight for destruction if they don't repent. Despite the harsh warnings, Jeremiah's heart is breaking for his people. In Jeremiah 9 verse 1, he says, "Oh, that my head were a spring of water and my eyes a fountain of tears. I would weep day and night for the slain of my people." Jeremiah's not just delivering a message. He's living the heartbreak of seeing his nation fall apart. Chapters 30, 33. Hope in the middle of the mess. God's plan for restoration. Just when things seem completely hopeless, Jeremiah drops some serious hope bombs. In Jeremiah 29 verse 11, one of the most famous verses in the Bible, God says, "For I know the plans I have for you. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." This verse is like the light at the end of a very dark tunnel. God tells the people that even though they're going into exile in Babylon, it's not the end of the story. Nah, he's got a plan to bring them back and restore everything they've lost. It's like God saying, "Yes, you've messed up big time, but I'm still not done with you." In Jeremiah 31, God promises a new covenant, one where he will write his law on their hearts and forgive their sins. It's the ultimate comeback story, showing that no matter how far we've fallen, God's mercy is always bigger than our mistakes. These chapters remind us that even when life feels like a dumpster fire, God's working behind the scenes to bring restoration. It might take some time. Hello, 70 years of exile. But his plans for us are good, and he's not giving up. Chapters 34, 52. Judgment, exile, and the sad goodbye. The rest of the book is like watching the inevitable happen. Judah keeps ignoring Jeremiah's warnings, and finally, the hammer comes down. Babylon invades, Jerusalem is destroyed, and the people are taken into exile. It's the tragic end to years of rebellion, and Jeremiah's worst fears come true. But even in the midst of all this, God never leaves his people without hope. Jeremiah continues to remind them that exile isn't the final chapter. God will bring them back, and his promises of restoration are still on the table. It's like God is saying, "Yeah, you're grounded, but it's not forever. We're going to work this out." Jeremiah's life isn't exactly a fairy tale. He faces rejection, imprisonment, and heartbreak. But through it all, he stays faithful to God's call. His story teaches us that even when we're standing alone, even when everything around us is falling apart, God's still in control, and He's always working toward redemption. So in conclusion, Jeremiah, a prophet of tears and hope. The book of Jeremiah is a masterclass in perseverance, faith, and the relentless love of God. Jeremiah's life wasn't easy, and his message wasn't popular, but he stayed faithful to what God called him to do. Even in the face of judgment and destruction, Jeremiah never gave up hope, because he knew that God's love for his people would never fail. Jeremiah reminds us that even when we're at our lowest, when we've made mistakes, ignored God's warnings, and faced the consequences, God is still offering us a way back. His plans for us are always for good, and His mercy is greater than any mess we make. If Jeremiah could keep going in the face of rejection and heartbreak, then we can trust God to guide us through whatever challenges we face. The Book of Lamentations, the Bible's answer to a deep, dark emo album. If you ever thought the Bible was all sunshine and miracles, think again. This book is full of heartbreak, grief, and some serious mourning. Imagine Jerusalem, the once great city, now in ruins, and the people of God utterly devastated. It's like the ultimate breakup letter, but instead of getting dumped, the people of Judah have been exiled, and their city is lying in ashes. So yeah, it's heavy, but hang on, because even in the depths of sorrow, there's still hope, and some pretty profound lessons. Chapter 1, the sadness of it all. We kick things off with the poet, traditionally thought to be Jeremiah, walking through the wreckage of Jerusalem, like someone wandering the mall the day after Christmas. Everything is empty, and the once bustling city is a ghost town. The city is described as a lonely widow, weeping bitterly in the night. If this were a music video, there'd be a lot of rain, sad violins, and slow-motion shots of people staring out windows. The people of Jerusalem have been exiled, their homes destroyed, and the temple, the center of their entire faith, has been leveled. The poet is basically saying, we had it all and we lost it. We didn't listen and now we're paying for it. It's a solid reminder of how things can fall apart when we ignore God's warnings. It's kind of like when you're told 100 times not to eat that last slice of pizza at 1 a.m., but you do it anyway. And now you're lying in bed wondering where it all went wrong. Except, you know, on a much grander, more tragic scale. Chapter 2, God's tough love. Here's where the tone shifts a bit. The poet gets real about why all this destruction happened. Spoiler, it wasn't just bad luck. God allowed this to happen because of the people's disobedience. They had turned away from Him, worshipped idols, and ignored the prophets who warned them time and time again to get their act together. It's like God was the ultimate parent, saying, I warned you about this over and over, but you didn't listen, and now we're here. It's tough love, but it's still love. The people may feel abandoned, but the truth is, God's discipline is always about bringing His people back to Him. Even though they're suffering, there's still hope for restoration if they turn back to Him. Chapter 3, Hope in the Midst of Despair. And now for the emotional roller coaster. Just when things seem like they couldn't get any worse, the poet drops a glimmer of hope. Chapter 3 is the heart of Lamentations, where the writer gets personal about his own suffering, but also starts to remember that God is faithful, even in the darkest times. Cue the famous line, because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for His compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Lamentations 3 verses 22 to 23. It's like the ultimate I've hit rock bottom, but wait, there's still hope moment. Yes, things are terrible, but God's love is still there, and His mercy is renewed every morning. This isn't just about wallowing in misery. It's about finding faith in the midst of the mess. It's that moment in every sad movie where the character gets a second wind and decides to fight back. Or in this case, trust that God isn't done with them yet. Chapters 4, 5. Looking back and looking ahead. The final 2 chapters are a combination of looking back at the destruction and looking forward to restoration. Chapter 4 is a painful recounting of how things used to be. The wealth, the glory, the security of Jerusalem, and how quickly it all crumbled. It's like scrolling through old Instagram photos of your best vacation and then looking at your current laundry pile. Not fun. Chapter 5, though, ends with a prayer for restoration. The people are still suffering, but they're finally at a point where they can say, okay, God, we get it. We messed up, but please don't forget us. Restore us. It's a plea for God to remember His promises and to bring them back from exile. There's a sense of humility and recognition that God is the only one who can save them now. So in conclusion, lessons from Lamentations. It's okay to not be okay. The book of Lamentations teaches us that it's okay to feel deep sorrow, to grieve when life falls apart. But it also shows us that grief doesn't have to be the end of the story. Even in the darkest times, there's always hope because God is faithful, and His mercies are new every morning. The Israelites may have been brought to their knees, but the whole point of Lamentations is that God hasn't abandoned them. Sometimes, we need to go through the tough stuff to get back to where we need to be with God. So if you're going through a tough time, take comfort in knowing that God's love never fails. Even when things seem bleak, there's hope around the corner. The book of Ezekiel, a wild ride through visions, wheels, and valley of bones. The book of Ezekiel is like the Marvel movie of the Bible, packed with crazy visions, jaw-dropping moments, and some plot twists that would make even the most die-hard superhero fans sit up and say, "Wait, what just happened?" If you've ever opened Ezekiel and thought, "Why is there a bunch of eyes on wheels? And why is this guy cooking his food over poop?" You're not alone. But trust me, once you dive in, it's hard not to get hooked. So grab some popcorn, sit back, and let's dive into one of the wildest prophetic books in the Bible. Who was Ezekiel? First off, Ezekiel was a prophet, which is a fancy word for someone who hears from God and tells people what's up, whether they want to hear it or not. Think of him like the ultimate "I told you so" friend. Ezekiel lived around the same time as another famous Bible prophet, Jeremiah. And together, these guys were like the dynamic duo of prophecy. Ezekiel was a priest living in Babylon because the Israelites had been exiled. And God picked him to deliver some pretty intense messages to his people. But Ezekiel wasn't your run-of-the-mill prophet, standing on a soapbox yelling at people to repent. No, Ezekiel was more like the guy who shows up at a costume party dressed as a literal burning bush. He had style, he had flair, and his visions, oh boy, they were next level. Buckle up. The vision of the wheels. Ezekiel 1. Ezekiel kicks things off with what might be the most confusing vision in the entire Bible. A stormy wind. 4 creatures with 4 faces each. Yup, you heard that right. And wheels covered in eyes. It's like if Picasso had a fever dream and decided to turn it into an art exhibit. The wheels could move in any direction without turning, which, in ancient times, was basically like inventing self-driving cars. And there was fire and lightning everywhere. But what's the point of all this craziness? Well, it's a vision of God's presence. The wheels represent God's ability to move and work anywhere, anytime. Kind of like how you can order Taco Bell at 2 a.m. through DoorDash. It's a reminder that God is always in control, even when things seem a little extra. Ezekiel's quirky performance art. Ezekiel 4 and 5. Now let's get to the part where Ezekiel's prophetic methods get interesting. Imagine waking up one morning and God tells you, "Hey Ezekiel, here's the plan. I need you to build a tiny model of Jerusalem, then lay down on your left side for 390 days. Oh, and by the way, you'll be eating food cooked over poop." Yes, this actually happened. And no, I'm not making it up. Ezekiel's performance art was God's way of showing the Israelites what would happen to them if they didn't get their act together. The 390 days represented the number of years Israel had been disobedient. And the food on poop situation? That symbolized the nasty conditions they'd experience in exile. Now, Ezekiel was understandably not thrilled about cooking his meals this way. And who would be? So he begged God to at least switch the poop for something less gross. God agreed and let him use cow dung instead. This is where I imagine Ezekiel sighing with relief, saying, "Thanks God, you really know how to cut a guy a break." The Valley of Dry Bones, Ezekiel 37. Just when you thought things couldn't get more intense, Ezekiel hits us with the Valley of Dry Bones, one of the most epic scenes in the Bible. Picture this. Ezekiel is led by God to a valley full of bones. Think of it like walking through the world's creepiest Halloween store, but worse. God then asks Ezekiel, "Can these bones live?" Ezekiel, probably trying not to sound sarcastic, answers, "Only you know, God." God tells Ezekiel to prophesy to the bones. And as Ezekiel speaks, the bones start rattling and coming together. Ligaments, flesh, and skin all form until the bones become a massive army. It's like The Walking Dead, but way less gross and a lot more miraculous. God brings the bones to life as a symbol of how he's going to bring Israel back from exile and restore them to life. The lesson here? No situation is too hopeless for God. If he can bring an army of skeletons to life, he can handle your bad day, that failed test, or whatever drama you're dealing with. Seriously. The Temple Vision, Ezekiel 40 to 48. In the last chapters of Ezekiel, we're taken on a tour of a future temple that's beyond massive. Ezekiel goes into excruciating detail about the measurements, which honestly feels like reading the instruction manual for an IKEA bookshelf that you know you're never going to finish assembling. But don't fall asleep just yet. This temple vision is a big deal. Why? Because it's about restoration. After all the doom and gloom, God gives Ezekiel a vision of hope, a time when God's presence will dwell among his people again, and everything will be as it should be. It's like the ultimate redemption arc, reminding us that God's story always ends in victory, even if the middle chapters look pretty bleak. Ezekiel's strange actions and important messages. Let's be real, Ezekiel's methods were unique. From cooking food over poop to shaving his head with a sword, Ezekiel was all about show, don't tell. But his strange actions had deep meanings. His messages weren't just for shock value. They were God's way of getting the attention of people who had gotten way too comfortable with ignoring him. Ezekiel's story teaches us that sometimes God asks us to do things that might seem a little wild, uncomfortable, or straight up weird. Maybe it's stepping out of your comfort zone to help someone in need. Maybe it's standing up for what's right when everyone else is going the wrong way. Or maybe it's something as simple but terrifying as sharing your faith with a friend. Whatever it is, Ezekiel's life reminds us that God's plans, even the strange ones, are always worth it. So in conclusion, Ezekiel's wild, eye-opening adventure. The book of Ezekiel is an intense roller coaster ride filled with mind-boggling visions, strange but meaningful acts, and powerful messages of hope and restoration. Sure, there are a few moments where you'll scratch your head and wonder if Ezekiel was the original creator of abstract art. But underneath all the wheels with eyes and valley of bones is a profound message. God is always in control. He can bring life from death, and he is faithful to restore what's broken. So next time you feel like your life is spinning out of control, remember Ezekiel and the God who commands the winds, bones, and yes, even wheels with eyes. The Book of Daniel. Lions, fiery furnaces, and some wild dreams. The Book of Daniel is one of those books that reads like a blockbuster action movie, complete with death-defying stunts, fiery showdowns, and prophetic dreams that would give any director a run for their money. If there were a biblical Fast and Furious, Daniel would be the guy doing backflips off lions and walking through fire like it's just another Tuesday. But beyond the crazy stories, Daniel is a book about faith, standing firm under pressure, and trusting God in a world that's constantly throwing curveballs. So buckle up, because Daniel's story is about to get wild. Who was Daniel? First off, let's set the scene. Daniel was part of the crew of Israelites who were taken into exile in Babylon. Imagine getting snatched from your home, dropped into a foreign land with weird customs, and expected to not only survive, but thrive. That's basically Daniel's origin story, like a superhero with no cape. Except Daniel's superpower wasn't flight or strength, but something much cooler: faith and prayer. Despite being a captive, Daniel quickly gained favor in Babylon because of his smarts, his ability to interpret dreams, and, oh yeah, because he was a literal dream expert. Seriously, he was like the inception of the Bible, helping kings understand their trippiest dreams. But we'll get to that in a minute. Daniel and his squad, Daniel 1. Before we get into the death-defying stunts, let's talk about Daniel's squad, because every hero needs a team. Daniel wasn't flying solo in Babylon. He had 3 friends: Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Say that 3 times fast. These guys were like the Avengers of ancient Israel, sticking together no matter how tough things got. And things got tough real quick. When they were taken to Babylon, Daniel and his crew were offered all kinds of rich food and wine from the king's table. Now, this wasn't your average cafeteria food. We're talking gourmet, Instagram-worthy meals. But Daniel and his friends were committed to sticking to their kosher diet, so they asked for vegetables and water instead. Yes, they basically turned down a steak dinner for salad. The guy in charge of feeding them was like, "Are you nuts? You're gonna get all weak and scrawny on that diet." But Daniel convinced him to give it a try for 10 days. And by the end of the test, Daniel and his friends were looking healthier and buffer than the dudes eating filet mignon. Lesson learned? God's plan beats a 5-star meal any day. Nebuchadnezzar's fiery freakout, Daniel 3. Here's where things start heating up. Literally, King Nebuchadnezzar, let's just call him Nebi for short, was the guy in charge, and like many ancient rulers, he had an ego the size of the Babylonian Empire. He built a massive golden statue and commanded everyone to bow down and worship it. But our guys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, were like, "Nah, we're good." Nebi wasn't too thrilled with their refusal and ordered them to be thrown into a fiery furnace. Like, dude, relax. The furnace was so hot that the guards who threw them in were instantly toast, pun intended. But here's the crazy part. The 3 amigos were totally fine. Not a hair on their heads was singed, and they didn't even smell like smoke. Nebi looked into the furnace and saw not 3, but 4 men walking around, because God had sent an angel to protect them. Nebuchadnezzar's jaw dropped to the floor, and he declared, okay, your God is legit. Let's get you guys out of there. The lesson? Standing firm in your faith might land you in some hot situations, but God's got your back, even when the heat gets cranked up. Daniel and the Lion's Den, Daniel 6. Now we come to one of the most famous stories in the Bible, Daniel and the Lion's Den. By this point, Daniel had climbed the political ranks in Babylon and had some serious clout. He was so successful that his jealous colleagues tried to take him down by tricking King Darius into signing a law that said, no praying to anyone but the king for 30 days. But Daniel was like, you think I'm gonna stop praying? Do you even know me? So Daniel continued to pray 3 times a day, as usual. When his haters caught him in the act, they snitched to the king, who had no choice but to throw Daniel into the lion's den. Cue the dramatic music. But instead of being mauled by lions, Daniel chilled out all night with them like he was on a safari tour. Why? Because God sent an angel to shut the lions' mouths. The next morning, Darius rushed to the den expecting the worst, but found Daniel completely unharmed. And in a twist of poetic justice, the guys who had schemed against Daniel, let's just say they didn't fare too well when they were tossed into the lion's den themselves. Lesson? When you put your faith in God, even lions can't touch you. Nebuchadnezzar's wild dream, Daniel 4. Okay, let's circle back to Nebi because this guy had some seriously wild dreams. One night, he had a dream about a giant tree that reached the heavens, but then it got chopped down, and he ended up living like a wild animal. Understandably, he woke up like, what in the world does that mean? Cue Daniel, the dream interpreter extraordinaire. Daniel told Nebi that the tree represented him, talk about humble pie, and that because of his pride, God was going to take him down a few pegs. Sure enough, Nebuchadnezzar lost his mind and lived like an animal for 7 years, eating grass and growing feathers like an eagle. But after that, Nebi finally acknowledged God as the true king, and his sanity and kingdom was restored. The takeaway? Pride comes before a fall, and sometimes that fall involves growing feathers. The writing on the wall, Daniel 5. Ever heard the phrase, the writings on the wall? That came from Daniel. King Belshazzar, Nebuchadnezzar's not-so-bright grandson, threw a huge party and decided to drink wine out of the sacred goblets that had been stolen from the temple in Jerusalem. Big mistake, bro. In the middle of the party, a human hand, yes, just a hand, appeared and started writing on the wall. Everyone freaked out, and no one could understand what the writing meant. So they called in Daniel. He took one look and said, yeah, this isn't good news. The writing says your days are numbered, you've been weighed and found lacking, and your kingdom is about to fall. Sure enough, that very night, Babylon was conquered and Belshazzar was toast. The lesson here? Don't mess with God's stuff. Daniel's prophetic visions. Daniel 7, verse 12. If you thought Daniel's life couldn't get any more epic, just wait. Because the second half of the book is where Daniel goes full-on prophet mode. He starts having some wild visions about the future, complete with beasts, horns, and heavenly battles. It's like a mix between the Lord of the Rings and the Book of Revelation. One of the most famous visions is of 4 beasts, each representing a kingdom that would rise and fall. Then Daniel sees one like a son of man. Spoiler alert, it's Jesus, who would establish a kingdom that lasts forever. These visions are packed with symbolism and talk about everything from the rise and fall of empires to the end of the world. And while some of it can be a little hard to wrap your head around, the key takeaway is that God's got the future under control, no matter how chaotic things might look. So in conclusion, Daniel's courageous faith and unshakable trust. The book of Daniel is a masterclass in faith under pressure. From surviving lions to walking through fire, Daniel and his friends showed us what it means to stand firm in your beliefs, even when the world, or a fiery furnace, is against you. Whether it's facing literal lions or navigating the pressures of modern life, Daniel's story reminds us that God is always with us, protecting, guiding, and giving us strength to face whatever challenges come our way. The Book of Hosea. Love, betrayal, and God's marriage counseling? The Book of Hosea is basically the Bible's version of a dramatic love story, except the romance is a little one-sided, and it's packed with more betrayal than an episode of reality TV. Hosea is a prophet who gets an unusual assignment from God. Go marry a promiscuous woman. Hosea 1 verse 2. Yep, you read that right. This isn't your typical love story. It's more like, hey Hosea, your marriage is going to be a living, breathing parable for Israel's relationship with me. What follows is one of the most unique books of the Bible, showing us God's relentless love for his people, even when they're as faithful as a cat with a laser pointer. So let's break down the twists and turns of this divine soap opera and see what it teaches us about God's heart for his often unfaithful people. Chapter 1. Hosea marries Gomer. Love in the time of spiritual rebellion. Hosea's love story starts on a real dramatic note. God tells him to marry Gomer, a woman who's got a reputation for unfaithfulness. It's kind of like starting a relationship knowing it's not going to end well, but you're doing it to make a point. Hosea's marriage to Gomer is meant to symbolize God's relationship with Israel, who has been running after other gods the way Gomer runs after other lovers. They have kids together, and God tells Hosea to give them some pretty unusual names. We've got Jezreel Lo-Ruhamah, meaning not loved, and Lo-Ami, meaning not my people. You can almost picture Hosea at the park. Lo-Ami, it's time for lunch. People probably gave him some serious side-eye like, what kind of names are those? But these names are symbolic, showing how God feels about Israel's unfaithfulness. Jezreel represents punishment, Lo-Ruhamah means God's patience is running out, and Lo-Ami is basically God saying, you're acting like you don't belong to me. Chapter 2, God's complaint. It's not me, it's you. In chapter 2, the analogy gets real personal. God goes into full-on relationship complaint mode. He accuses Israel of being like a cheating spouse, saying, she went after her lovers, but me she forgot. Hosea 2 verse 13. It's like Israel's been ignoring God's texts and ghosting him for idols. God's upset, but here's where it gets interesting. He doesn't just throw up his hands and walk away. Instead, he says he's going to woo Israel back. In Hosea 2:14, he says, I will lead her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. It's like God is saying, yeah, you've been unfaithful, but I still love you, and I'm not giving up. God's love is relentless. Even when we're running in the opposite direction, he's willing to pursue us, even when we don't deserve it. Hosea's marriage is a picture of God's determination to restore his relationship with us, no matter how far we've strayed. Chapter 3, the ultimate act of love. Buying back the unfaithful. Chapter 3 is where things get really wild. Gomer leaves Hosea, and she's so deep into her unfaithfulness that Hosea has to buy her back. That's right. Hosea goes out, finds his wife who has abandoned him, and purchases her freedom. It's the ultimate act of love in the face of betrayal. In Hosea 3 verse 1, God tells him, go show your love to your wife again, though she is loved by another and is an adulteress. Love her as the Lord loves the Israelites. Hosea obeys, and it's this heart-wrenching yet beautiful moment where we see just how far God is willing to go for us. He's willing to pay the price to bring us back, no matter how unworthy we might feel. This is an early foreshadowing of what God will eventually do for all of humanity through Jesus. Just like Hosea bought back Gomer, Jesus pays the ultimate price to redeem us, even when we've been unfaithful. The bigger picture, God's heart for his people. As we go through the rest of the book, God's message becomes clear. He's not giving up on his people, no matter how much they mess up. Israel keeps running after idols and ignoring God's love, but God keeps calling them back. He's angry, sure. After all, nobody likes being cheated on. But underneath that anger is a deep, unwavering love. God's relationship with Israel is like a divine tug of war. They pull away, and he pulls them back. But here's the twist. God doesn't pull us back by force. He does it with love, patience, and a willingness to forgive. It's like God is saying, I'm going to love you back into my arms, even if it takes a lifetime. So in conclusion, Hosea, a story of relentless love. The book of Hosea is a reminder that God's love isn't dependent on our faithfulness. Even when we mess up, run away, or prioritize other things over him, God remains committed to us. Hosea's marriage to Gomer shows us that love isn't just about feelings. It's about commitment, sacrifice, and grace. We might not be literally chasing after idols like the Israelites, but we all have things that pull our hearts away from God. The beauty of Hosea's story is that no matter how far we wander, God is always ready to welcome us back. His love is relentless, and he's willing to go to great lengths to bring us home. The book of Joel, the locust invasion, God's big wake-up call, and an epic comeback. Welcome to the book of Joel, where locusts take over, everything seems lost. And then, surprise, God comes through with one of the most epic comeback stories in the Bible. It's like watching a disaster movie where things start out terrible, but by the end, the hero swoops in and everything gets a whole lot better. Joel's message is simple. Wake up, people, there's a disaster happening. But it's not just about the locusts. It's about returning to God before things get worse. Let's dive in and see how Joel uses a natural disaster as a metaphor for something much bigger, and how God promises restoration and hope to those who are willing to turn back to him. Chapter 1. Attack of the Locusts, a biblical horror show. Joel starts his book with one of the most intense descriptions of a plague you'll ever read. It's like Joel's painting a picture of the worst infestation imaginable. In Joel 1 verse 4 he says, "What the locust swarm has left, the great locusts have eaten. What the great locusts have left, the young locusts have eaten. What the young locusts have left, other locusts have eaten." Translation: everything's gone. Crops destroyed, trees stripped bare. It's like that one time you forgot to water your plants, except, on a national level. But Joel's not just giving a report on bad weather or an insect infestation. He's using the locusts as a metaphor for the judgment of God. The people of Judah have turned away from God, and now they're facing the consequences. It's like God's giving them a giant wake-up call in the form of creepy crawly bugs. Joel doesn't sugarcoat it either. He tells the priests to weep, the farmers to mourn, and basically everyone to hit pause on life and start repenting. This is a major, hey, pay attention moment from God, and Joel wants the people to understand that the locusts are a sign of something much bigger. Chapter 2. Blow the trumpet. It's time for a serious wake-up call. After the locust situation, Joel turns the volume up to 11 and starts talking about an even bigger disaster, the day of the Lord. In Joel 2 verse 1, he says, "Blow the trumpet in Zion, sound the alarm on my holy hill." It's like Joel saying, okay, if you thought the locusts were bad, you haven't seen anything yet. He describes this day of the Lord as a time of darkness, fire, and destruction. Picture a scene straight out of an action movie. Smoke filling the skies, armies marching, and the earth trembling. But once again, Joel's not just talking about physical destruction. He's warning the people that God's judgment is coming, and it's time to get serious about turning back to him. Here's where Joel pulls a move we all need to take notes from. In the middle of all this doom and gloom, he says, "Even now, declares the Lord, return to me with all your heart, with fasting and weeping and mourning." Joel 2 verse 12. God's basically saying, look, things are bad, but it's not too late. If you turn back to me, I'll turn this around. Joel encourages the people to tear their hearts, not their garments. A way of saying, don't just look like you're sorry, actually be sorry. It's like when someone apologizes, but they don't really mean it. The second half of chapter 2. From disaster to blessing, the ultimate restoration. Here comes the plot twist. Just when things are looking pretty grim, Joel flips the script and starts talking about restoration. God promises that if the people return to him, he'll restore what the locusts have eaten. Joel 2 verse 25. And not just restore it, he'll make things even better than before. It's like the ultimate divine do-over. Imagine losing everything in a storm, and then someone rebuilds your house twice as big and throws in a swimming pool for good measure. Joel also drops a bombshell promise that looks forward to a future that's even bigger than Judah's immediate situation. In Joel 2 verses 28 to 29, God says, "I will pour out my spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy. Your old men will dream dreams. Your young men will see visions." This is one of the coolest parts of the book because it points to Pentecost, when the Holy Spirit comes and empowers believers. It's like Joel's saying, not only is God going to fix things now, but there's an even bigger blessing coming in the future. Chapter 3. The Ultimate Showdown. God's Judgment and Final Victory. In the final chapter, Joel zooms out to the big picture and talks about God's ultimate judgment on the nations. He describes a scene where God brings the nations into the Valley of Jehoshaphat, a fancy name for the Valley of Decision, where he will judge them for how they've treated his people. It's like the final showdown in a superhero movie, where the bad guys get what's coming to them. But here's the thing, even though there's judgment, there's also hope. Joel says that God's people will find refuge in him, and Jerusalem will be restored. It's like God saying, I'm going to set everything right, and in the end, my people will be safe. It's the ultimate happy ending. After all the destruction, God's people get to live in peace and blessing. So, in conclusion, Joel, from locusts to restoration. The book of Joel is a short but powerful reminder that sometimes God has to use tough love to get our attention. The locusts were a wake-up call, but they weren't the end of the story. Joel's message is all about turning back to God before it's too late. And when we do, he's more than ready to pour out his blessings on us. Joel shows us that God's judgment isn't about being harsh. It's about calling us back to him. And when we respond, God doesn't just restore what was lost. He makes things even better than before. In Joel's story, we see a God who is both just and merciful, always ready to forgive and restore those who seek him with their whole heart. Write the book. Book of Amos, calling out the mess with a side of social justice. The Book of Amos might not be the first book you turn to when you crack open your Bible. Let's be real, it's tucked in there between Joel and Obadiah, and Amos doesn't exactly sound like a superhero name. But this dude, he was the OG social justice warrior before it was cool. Amos's whole deal was calling out the messed up behavior of Israel, especially the leaders and the rich, for ignoring the poor and living like everything was fine. Spoiler alert, everything was not fine. So if you like a good story about someone speaking truth to power with some major mic drops along the way, grab a snack and settle in, because Amos isn't pulling any punches. Who was Amos? Amos wasn't your typical prophet. No, he wasn't trained in a prophet school or hanging out with religious leaders. He was a shepherd and a fig tree farmer from a little town called Tekoa, which was about as exciting as watching grass grow. But then, God tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey Amos, I need you to go to Israel and deliver some bad news." And Amos was like, sure, okay. Here's the deal. Israel was living large at the time. The economy was booming, the military was strong, and everyone was feeling pretty good about themselves. It was like Israel was having the ultimate, "Look at us, we're doing great" Instagram feed. But underneath the perfect filters, things were a mess. The rich were getting richer, the poor were getting ignored, and justice was being served about as well as a soggy slice of pizza. So Amos steps in, a regular guy with some rough hands and a sharp tongue, and starts calling them out on it. The lion roars. Amos 1 and 2. Amos kicks things off with some pretty epic imagery. The Lord roars from Zion. Amos 1 verse 2. That's right. God isn't whispering here. He's roaring like a lion. And when a lion roars, you better listen. Amos begins by calling out the surrounding nations for their various crimes. You can almost see the Israelites nodding along like, yeah, that's right. Those guys are the worst. But then Amos flips the script and turns the spotlight on Israel. Boom, plot twist. He's like, oh, by the way, you guys are just as bad, if not worse. Mic drop. Israel's sins, oppressing the poor, crushing the needy, and turning a blind eye to injustice. Amos is saying, you're acting like everything's fine because you've got money and power, but God sees the way you're treating people, and he's not happy about it. Social justice, biblical style, Amos 5. If Amos were around today, he'd be leading the charge with a megaphone in one hand and a protest sign in the other. He's all about justice. And Amos 5 is where he really lays it down. This is where we get the famous line, "Let justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never-failing stream." Amos 5 verse 24. Basically, he's saying, you can't just go to church, sing some songs, and think you're good with God if you're treating people like garbage the rest of the week. Amos wasn't impressed by fancy religious ceremonies or big donations to the temple. He wanted to see real change, where people treated each other with fairness and kindness. Think of it like this. It's easy to post a hash-blessed photo on Instagram after church, but if you're not living out your faith by caring for others, Amos is calling you out. He's not interested in empty words. He wants justice to flow like a raging river, sweeping away all the fake religious nonsense. Fat cows of Bashan, Amos 4. Amos didn't hold back when it came to calling people out. He famously referred to the wealthy women of Samaria as the cows of Bashan. Amos 4 verse 1. Yikes. That might sound harsh, but Amos wasn't throwing shade for no reason. These women were living in luxury, feasting and partying, all while the poor and needy suffered. They were mooing their way through life, completely disconnected from the struggles around them. Amos was like, hey, you might be sitting pretty now, but judgment's coming. Now, before we go thinking Amos was some kind of ancient trash talker, he was making a point. When you're too focused on your own comfort and wealth, you lose sight of what really matters. God cares about how we treat others, and these fat cows were ignoring the cries of the oppressed. Moral of the story? Don't be a cow of Bashan. Care about the people around you, especially those who are struggling. The plumb line and locusts. Amos 7. Amos wasn't just about fiery speeches. He also had some pretty vivid visions. One of the most famous is the vision of the plumb line. Amos 7 verses 7 to 9. Now, if you're not up on your ancient building tools, a plumb line is basically a string with a weight on the end that builders use to make sure things are straight. God shows Amos a plumb line and says, I'm measuring Israel, and guess what? You guys are way off balance. In other words, Israel wasn't living up to God's standards. They were crooked, and just like a wall that's out of line will eventually collapse, Israel was headed for destruction if they didn't straighten up. Amos also saw visions of locusts and fire, both symbols of God's coming judgment. It wasn't looking good for Israel. The day of the Lord. Amos 5 verses 18 to 20. Here's where things get even more serious. Amos talks about the day of the Lord, which was supposed to be this epic moment when God would come and make everything right. The Israelites were looking forward to it, thinking it would be a day of victory and celebration. But Amos is like, yeah, about that. It's not going to go the way you think. He compares it to running from a lion only to bump into a bear, and then finally getting home and resting your hand on the wall, only to get bitten by a snake. Basically, no escape. Amos warns that the day of the Lord is actually going to be a day of darkness and judgment for Israel, because they've ignored justice and righteousness. Ouch! It's a wake-up call to get their act together before it's too late. Amos and the basket of summer fruit. Amos 8. In one of the final visions, God shows Amos a basket of ripe fruit. Seems harmless, right? Wrong. The fruit was a symbol that Israel's time was up. The fruit was ripe, and so was God's judgment. Basically, the clock was ticking, and Israel's window of opportunity to turn things around was closing fast. Amos delivers this message with a heavy heart. He doesn't want to see destruction, but he knows it's coming unless the people change their ways. And here's the kicker. Even after all these warnings, many of the Israelites just keep on doing their thing, ignoring Amos like he's just some guy yelling on the street corner. Spoiler alert, ignoring Amos didn't work out well for them. The promise of restoration. Amos 9 verse 11 to 15. Now, before we end on a total downer, Amos wraps up his message with a glimmer of hope. Yes, judgment is coming, but that's not the end of the story. God promises to restore Israel one day. He talks about rebuilding the fallen house of David, bringing back the exiles, and making the land fruitful again. It's like after the storm, there's a rainbow. Cue the inspirational music. God's message through Amos is that while he takes sin seriously, he's also full of mercy and grace. Even when we mess up, and let's be honest, we all do, God doesn't leave us without hope. He's always ready to rebuild and restore when we turn back to him. So while Amos' message is heavy on the judgment, it ends with a reminder that God's ultimate plan is to redeem his people. So in conclusion, Amos's call for justice and righteousness. The book of Amos is a powerful reminder that God cares deeply about justice, and he's not interested in empty religious rituals if we're ignoring the needs of the people around us. Amos challenges us to live out our faith in real, practical ways, by caring for the poor, seeking justice, and making sure our lives are in line with God's standards, not our own. It's a tough message, but it's one we all need to hear. So let justice roll, friends, and may our faith be more than just words. The book of Obadiah, the shortest, spiciest prophecy ever. Welcome to Obadiah, the shortest book in the Old Testament. Yep, that's right, just one chapter. But don't let its size fool you. This tiny prophecy packs a punch like a surprise jalapeno in your sandwich. In this quick but fiery message, Obadiah has one main target: Edom, a neighboring nation that made some pretty bad life choices, especially when it came to dealing with God's people, Israel. Think of it as a holy roast session, where Obadiah calls out Edom for being the worst kind of frenemy, and God says enough is enough. Ready? Let's dive into the drama. Edom, that shady neighbor you never wanted. If you've ever had a neighbor who seems nice, but then secretly celebrates when your lawnmower breaks down, you'll get the gist of Edom's relationship with Israel. Edom was descended from Esau, Jacob's brother, and you'd think family would stick together. But nope, Edom was the sibling who always rooted for your failure, especially when you're already having a bad day. Israel had it rough, enemies attacking from every side, and instead of helping, Edom just stood there, smugly munching popcorn while everything fell apart. Worse yet, they even looted the place when Israel was down. Not cool, Edom, not cool. God's response: oh, it's on now. Cue Obadiah stepping in with God's message. You're going down, Edom. God saw what Edom did when Israel was in trouble, and he's not letting it slide. Obadiah predicts total destruction for Edom. God says your arrogance, your betrayal, it's all coming back on you. Imagine someone standing on top of a mountain shouting, "I'm untouchable." That was Edom, literally. They lived in the rocky cliffs and thought they were safe. But God basically says, you think those rocks are going to protect you? Think again. Spoiler alert, they weren't. Divine justice. It's not about revenge. It's about consequences. God isn't out for petty revenge here. The book of Obadiah is a lesson in divine justice. Edom's downfall is a direct result of their arrogance, betrayal, and refusal to help a brother in need. It's like the biblical version of what goes around comes around, but with a little more prophetic flair. Obadiah reminds us that God is always watching, and while it might seem like people get away with shady behavior for a while, justice is inevitable. Edom thought they were untouchable, but they weren't accounting for God's long-term plans. Lesson? Don't be a backstabbing neighbor. God's got his eye on you. The big theme. Pride goes before the fall. The main theme in Obadiah? Pride is a slippery slope. Edom thought they had it all figured out, but their pride blinded them to their own vulnerability. Obadiah makes it clear that no one is beyond accountability, not even nations sitting high up in the cliffs. For us today, it's a reminder that pride can make us think we're invincible, but it's often the very thing that leads to our downfall. Whether it's boasting about our achievements or looking down on others who are struggling, we're warned to stay humble and remember that everything we have is a gift from God, a glimpse of hope, restoration for Israel. The good news? While Edom's future looks bleak, Obadiah ends with a message of restoration for Israel. God's people may have been knocked down, but they're not out. He promises that Israel will be restored, and their enemies will face justice. It's a reminder that no matter how bad things get, God is always working behind the scenes, planning restoration and hope for those who remain faithful. Even in a tiny book like Obadiah, we see the big picture of God's justice and mercy at work. So in conclusion, Obadiah, short, sweet, and straight to the point. So what can we learn from this bite-sized book? First, don't be an Edom. Pride, arrogance, and betraying your neighbor might seem like shortcuts to success, but they're actually paths to destruction. Second, when you see others in trouble, help them out. Don't stand by and wait for their downfall. And finally, remember that God's justice is inevitable, but his mercy is always present for those who turn to him. The book of Obadiah may be small, but it delivers a mighty message. Humility wins, and God's justice is sure. So next time you're feeling a little too comfortable in your metaphorical cliffside condo, remember Edom, and maybe take the stairs down to humility. Now you made it to the end. Welcome to Modern Testament Talks. Faith Foundations, Journaling and Drawing Activity. Today's topic, you guessed it, the book of Obadiah. Feel free to pause at any time, so you can answer these questions without rushing it. Why do you think Edom's pride was such a big issue for God? How does pride affect our relationships with others and with God? What are some ways we can guard against pride in our own lives? How can we be more like Israel's faithful rather than Edom? Obadiah talks about justice coming to those who betray and harm others. How does this idea of justice shape your understanding of God's character? Reflect on a time when you may have struggled with pride or arrogance, and how it impacted your decisions. How can you work toward more humility in your relationships with others and with God? Draw a picture of Edom's cliffs, and imagine what it would feel like to live up there thinking you're invincible. Around the cliffs, write down some ways you can stay humble and keep your feet on the ground, spiritually speaking. God's response. Oh, it's on now? Cue Obadiah stepping in with God's message. You're going down, Edom. God saw what Edom did when Israel was in trouble, and he's not letting it slide. Obadiah predicts total destruction for Edom. God says your arrogance, your betrayal, it's all coming back on you. Imagine someone standing on top of a mountain shouting, I'm untouchable. That was Edom. Literally. They lived in the rocky cliffs and thought they were safe. But God basically says, you think those rocks are going to protect you? Think again. Spoiler alert, they weren't. Divine justice. It's not about revenge. It's about consequences. God isn't out for petty revenge here. The book of Obadiah is a lesson in divine justice. Edom's downfall is a direct result of their arrogance, betrayal, and refusal to help a brother in need. It's like the biblical version of what goes around comes around, but with a little more prophetic flair. Obadiah reminds us that God is always watching, and while it might seem like people get away with shady behavior for a while, justice is inevitable. Edom thought they were untouchable, but they weren't accounting for God's long-term plans. Lesson? Don't be a backstabbing neighbor. God's got his eye on you. The big theme. Pride goes before the fall. The main theme in Obadiah? Pride is a slippery slope. Edom thought they had it all figured out, but their pride blinded them to their own vulnerability. Obadiah makes it clear that no one is beyond accountability, not even nations sitting high up in the cliffs. For us today, it's a reminder that pride can make us think we're invincible. The book of Jonah, the prophet who tried to ghost God. Spoiler, it didn't work. The book of Jonah is the classic tale of a guy who tries to run from God's plan and ends up in the belly of a giant fish. If you've ever tried to avoid something difficult, like, I don't know, homework or texting someone back, you'll relate to Jonah. He's the prophet version of nope, not doing this. And then life, or in his case, God throws him into a wild adventure. Jonah's story is short, just 4 chapters, but packed with humor, drama, and a valuable lesson about mercy. Let's dive into Jonah's fishy tale, where we learn what happens when you try to run from God and how God's mercy is way bigger than Jonah or anyone else could ever imagine. Chapter 1. Jonah's Great Escape Plan that totally fails. The book kicks off with God telling Jonah, go to Nineveh, that big bad city full of wicked people, and tell them they need to change their ways. You'd think Jonah, being a prophet, would say, sure thing, God, I'm on it. But nope. Jonah's like, nah, I'm good. And instead of heading to Nineveh, he books it in the opposite direction. He hops on a boat to Tarshish, trying to put as much distance between him and Nineveh as possible. Let's pause here. Jonah's literally trying to outrun God. That's like trying to play hide and seek with someone who already knows all your hiding spots. It's not going to end well. So Jonah's sailing off into the sunset, thinking he's gotten away, but then, surprise, God sends a massive storm. The sailors on the boat freak out, and Jonah's taking a nap, because of course he is. The crew wakes him up, and they cast lots, a biblical version of who's to blame. And guess what? The lot falls on Jonah. Jonah fesses up. Yeah, this is totally my fault. I'm running from God. Just toss me overboard and the storm will stop. At first, the sailors don't want to do it, but eventually, they throw him into the sea, and just like that, the storm calms down. Meanwhile, Jonah, he gets swallowed by a giant fish. Talk about a plot twist. Chapter 2. Jonah's underwater timeout. So Jonah's chilling in the belly of a fish for 3 days and 3 nights. And while he's in there, he has some time to think. In chapter 2, we get Jonah's prayer, where he basically says, okay, God, you win. I'm sorry. I'll do what you asked. The prayer is pretty poetic, considering Jonah's sitting in a fish's digestive system. He thanks God for rescuing him from drowning and acknowledges that only God can save him. He ends his prayer with a promise. What I have vowed I will make good. I will say, salvation comes from the Lord. Jonah 2 verse 9. Then, in one of the most unceremonious exits in the Bible, the fish vomits Jonah onto dry land. Lovely. Chapter 3. Jonah's reluctant mission, and a surprise twist. Now that Jonah's had some time to reflect and been spat out of a fish, he finally heads to Nineveh, the city he was supposed to go to in the first place. He walks into town and delivers the shortest sermon ever. 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown. Jonah 3 verse 4. That's it. No flashy words, no passion. Just a simple, you've got 40 days, tick-tock. But here's the crazy part. The people of Nineveh actually listen. They immediately start repenting, putting on sackcloth, the ancient equivalent of saying, I'm really sorry, and fasting. Even the king of Nineveh gets in on it, issuing a decree for everyone to turn from their evil ways. They don't just hope for the best. They hope that God will change his mind and spare them. And guess what? God does. He sees their repentance and shows them mercy. He doesn't destroy the city after all. You'd think Jonah would be pumped about this, right? Wrong? Chapter 4. Jonah's meltdown. Because God is too nice? Instead of celebrating the fact that an entire city just turned to God, Jonah throws a pity party. He's actually mad that God showed mercy to Nineveh. In Jonah 4 verse 2, he says, I knew that you are a gracious and compassionate God, slow to anger and abounding in love, a God who relents from sending calamity. Jonah's basically saying, I knew you'd forgive them. And that's why I didn't want to come here in the first place. It's like Jonah wanted a front row seat to the fireworks show of Nineveh's destruction, and now he's disappointed that it didn't happen. So Jonah sulks outside the city, and God decides to teach him a little lesson in compassion. God causes a plant to grow up over Jonah, providing him with some much-needed shade. Jonah's super happy about the plant, but then God sends a worm to eat the plant, and the sun starts beating down on Jonah again. Jonah's so upset that he says he wants to die, and that's when God drops the truth bomb. He asks Jonah, is it right for you to be angry about the plant? Jonah's like, yeah, it is, really doubling down on the whole sulking thing. Then God says, you've been concerned about this plant, though you did not tend it or make it grow. It sprang up overnight and died overnight. And should I not have concern for the great city of Nineveh, in which there are more than 120,000 people? Jonah 4 verses 10 to 11. Boom. Mic drop. God's like, Jonah, if you care so much about a plant, shouldn't I care about all these people? So in conclusion, Jonah, the prophet who learned mercy the hard way. The book of Jonah isn't just a story about a runaway prophet and a big fish. It's a story about God's mercy, both for a sinful city and for Jonah himself. Jonah's mission to Nineveh shows us that no one is beyond God's forgiveness, not even a city as messed up as Nineveh. But it's also a reminder to us that sometimes we might not fully understand or agree with God's plans. And that's okay. What's important is that we learn to trust him, even when things don't go the way we want. And like Jonah, we might have to learn the hard way that God's mercy is bigger than our judgments. Now you made it to the end. Welcome to Modern Testament Talks, Faith Foundation's journaling and drawing activity. Today's topic, you guessed it, the book of Jonah. Feel free to pause at any time so you can answer these questions without rushing it. Jonah tried to run from God's plan, but God didn't give up on him. Have you ever tried to avoid something God was calling you to do? What happened? How does God's mercy toward Nineveh challenge the way you think about forgiveness and second chances? In Jonah's story, God shows compassion to both the people of Nineveh and Jonah himself. How can you show more compassion in your own life, even when it's hard? Write about a time when you didn't want to forgive someone, but knew that God was calling you to do so. How did you eventually handle the situation? How did it feel afterward, knowing you followed God's lead? Draw Jonah's journey, starting with the storm, the giant fish, and ending with him sitting outside Nineveh under the plant. How would you depict Jonah's emotions at each point in the story, especially his surprise and frustration at God's mercy? Jonah's story reminds us that running from God's plans never works out. But even when we fail, God's mercy is always waiting for us. And for everyone else too. Chapter 2, Jonah's underwater timeout. So Jonah's chilling in the belly of a fish for 3 days and 3 nights. And while he's in there, he has some time to think. In chapter 2, we get Jonah's prayer, where he basically says, "Okay, God, you win. I'm sorry. I'll do what you asked." The prayer is pretty poetic, considering Jonah's sitting in a fish's digestive system. He thanks God for rescuing him from drowning and acknowledges that only God can save him. He ends his prayer with a promise. "What I have vowed, I will make good. I will say, salvation comes from the Lord." Jonah 2 verse 9. Then, in one of the most unceremonious exits in the Bible, the fish vomits Jonah onto dry land. Lovely. Chapter 3, Jonah's reluctant mission. And a surprise twist. Now that Jonah's had some time to reflect and been spat out of a fish, he finally heads to Nineveh, the city he was supposed to go to in the first place. He walks into town and delivers the shortest sermon ever. 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown. Jonah 3 verse 4. That's it. No flashy words, no passion. Just a simple, "You've got 40 days. Tick-tock." But here's the crazy part. The people of Nineveh actually listen. They immediately start repenting, putting on sackcloth, the ancient equivalent of saying, "I'm really sorry," and fasting. Even the king of Nineveh gets in on it, issuing a decree for everyone to turn from their evil ways. They don't just hope for the best. They hope that God will change his mind and spare them. And guess what? God does. He sees their repentance and shows them mercy. He doesn't destroy the city after all. You'd think Jonah would be pumped about this, right? Wrong. Chapter 4, Jonah's meltdown. Because God is too nice? Instead of celebrating the fact that an entire city just turned to God, Jonah throws a pity party. He's actually mad that God showed mercy to Nineveh. In Jonah 4 verse 2, he says, "I knew that you are a gracious and compassionate God, slow to anger and abounding in love, a God who relents from sending calamity." Jonah's basically saying, "I knew you'd forgive them. And that's why I didn't want to come here in the first place." It's like Jonah wanted a front row seat to the fireworks show of Nineveh's destruction, and now he's disappointed that it didn't happen. So, Jonah sulks outside the city, and God decides to teach him a little lesson in compassion. God causes a plant to grow up over Jonah, providing him with some much-needed shade. Jonah's super happy about the plant, but then God sends a worm to eat the plant, and the sun starts beating down on Jonah again. Jonah's so upset that he says he wants to die, and that's when God drops the truth bomb. He asks Jonah, "Is it right for you to be angry about the plant?" Jonah's like, "Yeah, it is," really doubling down on the whole sulking thing. Then God says, "You've been concerned about this plant, though you did not tend it or make it grow. It sprang up overnight and died overnight. And should I not have concern for the great city of Nineveh, in which there are more than 120,000 people?" Jonah 4 verses 10 to 11. Boom. Mic drop. God's like, "Jonah, if you care so much about a plant, shouldn't I care about all these people?" So in conclusion, Jonah, the prophet who learned mercy the hard way. The book of Jonah isn't just a story about a runaway prophet and a big fish. It's a story about God's mercy. The book of Micah, justice, mercy, and walking humbly, with a side of sarcasm. Welcome to the book of Micah, a 7-chapter gem nestled in the minor prophets, where the prophet Micah gets real about injustice, false leaders, and the importance of walking humbly with God. Micah might be small, but don't let that fool you. It's packed with bold truths, hopeful promises, and just a sprinkle of divine sarcasm to keep things interesting. If you've ever wanted to hear God's take on bad politicians, fake prophets, and people being generally awful to each other, this book's for you. Spoiler alert, God's not having it, but he's still full of mercy and promises of restoration. Chapter 1. Hey, Judah and Israel, we need to talk? Micah starts off with some straight-up fire from God, calling out both Judah and Israel for their sins. It's like God saying, okay, I've seen enough, and it's time to have a little chat. The problem? Idolatry, injustice, and corruption are rampant, and God's not thrilled about it. Micah paints a picture of God coming down from his holy mountain like a storm, trampling the high places. It's not exactly a warm and fuzzy start. Think of it as that we need to talk text that no one wants to get. But hey, when you're worshiping idols and treating people terribly, you kind of expect a divine intervention, right? Micah's point is clear. Sin has consequences, and ignoring God's commands is going to lead to some serious destruction. But don't worry, there's still hope on the horizon. Just not quite yet. Chapter 2. Woe to the bad guys and their land grab schemes. In Chapter 2, Micah turns up the heat on the wealthy landowners who are scheming to steal land from the poor. These guys are literally lying awake at night thinking up ways to take what doesn't belong to them. And God? Yeah, he's not cool with it. Micah says, woe to those who plan iniquity, to those who plot evil on their beds. God sees their shady dealings, and he's about to turn the tables. He basically tells them, you want to steal land? Well, guess what? You're going to lose it all. Cue the mic drop. But then we get a little sarcasm. Micah imagines what the false prophets might say to defend the evildoers. Do not prophesy? Disgrace will not overtake us? These so-called prophets were like today's shady influencers, sugarcoating everything to make the bad guys feel good about themselves. But Micah's not buying it. God's truth doesn't work that way. Chapter 3, Micah's roast of the leaders and prophets. If you thought Micah was done, think again. Chapter 3 is all about calling out the leaders and false prophets who are leading the people astray. The leaders are described as tearing the skin off the people and chopping them up like meat for the pan. Yikes! Clearly, they're not exactly looking out for the common good. As for the false prophets, Micah's got a pretty harsh critique for them too. These guys are preaching peace when they've got food in their mouths. But if someone doesn't pay up, they're quick to prophesy doom. It's like a bad Yelp review. Pay them and everything's fine. But miss a tip and suddenly the end is near. God's message through Micah? Justice matters. Integrity matters. And if you're a leader, you better take that seriously, because God does. Chapter 4. Hope on the horizon? Finally, some good news. Just when you think Micah's all doom and gloom, Chapter 4 drops a glimmer of hope. Micah starts talking about the last days when the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established, and people from all nations will come streaming in to learn about God. This is the Micah equivalent of, things are bad now, but there's a better future ahead. God promises to bring peace and restoration, where people will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Translation, war will be a thing of the past, and people will live in peace. Finally, a breath of fresh air. Chapter 5, the promise of a ruler from Bethlehem. Remember the Christmas story? Well, Micah's the guy who foretold it. In Chapter 5, he drops a prophecy about a ruler coming from Bethlehem, the smallest of Judah's clans. This ruler will shepherd God's people and bring peace. Hint, this is a Jesus prophecy. Micah's saying that even though things are a mess right now, God's got a plan. A savior is coming, and he's going to fix everything that's broken. It's like God saying, hang in there, I've got a surprise in store for you, and it's going to blow your mind. Chapter 6, God's courtroom drama, featuring a Micah classic. Chapter 6 is one of the most famous sections of Micah, and for good reason. It's basically set up like a courtroom scene where God is laying out his case against Israel. And what's his beef? The people have forgotten all the amazing things he's done for them, and they're acting like they can just make it up with a few sacrifices. But here's the twist. God doesn't want their sacrifices. What he really wants is simple: to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Boom, there it is. That's the heart of Micah's message right there. It's not about religious rituals or checking off a list of good deeds. It's about justice, mercy, and humility. If you're looking for a life motto, you just found it. Chapter 7. Hope, even when it's dark. The final chapter of Micah wraps up on a hopeful note. Yes, things are dark. Yes, the people have messed up. But Micah ends with a reminder that God is full of mercy. He says, who is a God like you, pardoning iniquity and passing over the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? Micah knows that no matter how bad things get, God's character doesn't change. He's still a God of forgiveness and compassion, and he will restore his people in the end. So in conclusion, lessons from Micah: justice, mercy, and humility. The book of Micah may be a short, punchy book, but it's packed with timeless truths. Micah reminds us that God cares deeply about justice and integrity, and he won't stand by while people are oppressed or mistreated. But at the same time, he's a God of mercy, always ready to forgive and restore. Micah challenges us to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with God, not just in our religious life, but in every part of our lives. It's a call to live differently in a world that often prioritizes power and wealth over kindness and truth. So the next time you're tempted to take shortcuts or overlook justice, remember Micah's words: God's watching, and he's got bigger plans. Now you made it to the end. Welcome to Modern Testament Talks. Faith foundations, journaling, and drawing activity. Today's topic, you guessed it, the book of Micah. Feel free to pause at any time so you can answer these questions without rushing it. Why do you think Micah focuses so much on the themes of justice, mercy, and humility? How do these reflect God's character? How can Micah's message about false leaders and prophets apply to us today? Where do you see injustice? And what can you do about it? Micah foretells the coming of a ruler from Bethlehem, Jesus. How does this promise of hope shape the way we view God's long-term plans for humanity? Think about a time when you saw injustice happening, whether in your community, your school, or even the world at large. How did it make you feel? Write about ways you can act justly in your daily life, even in small ways. What would it look like to walk humbly with God in those situations? Draw a picture of a set of scales representing justice. On one side, write the word justice, and on the other side, write mercy. Around the scales, draw images or words that represent what it means to walk humbly with God, like kindness, love, and forgiveness. The book of Micah reminds us that justice and mercy matter deeply to God, and so should they matter to us. It challenges us to live with integrity, to be compassionate, and to walk humbly with God, trusting in his plan for restoration and hope. The book of Nahum, the sequel to Jonah, featuring Nineveh's not-so-happy ending. The book of Nahum, where we find out what happened to Nineveh, the city Jonah warned a while back. Remember how Jonah came in with a message of doom, and the Ninevites were like, "Whoa, better repent," and everything ended on a happy note? Well, in Nahum, things don't go quite as well. Spoiler alert, Nineveh doesn't get a second chance. They've slipped back into their old nasty ways. God's had enough. This time, the prophecy isn't about a chance to repent. It's about their total destruction. Chapter 1, God versus Nineveh. Round 2. This time, it's personal. Nahum opens up with a divine smackdown. God is described as jealous, avenging, and wrathful. He's slow to anger, sure, but when he's done with your shenanigans, watch out. God's ready to bring the thunder. Literally, Nahum paints a vivid picture of God in control of nature, with whirlwinds, earthquakes, and mountains melting like butter. It's like the ancient version of a disaster movie. And while it may sound terrifying, okay, it is, Nahum throws in a comforting nugget for those who aren't on Nineveh's naughty list. He says, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." So if you're on Team God, you're all good. But if you're Nineveh, we'll better start packing. Chapter 2, the fall of Nineveh, now playing in judgment theaters everywhere. Chapter 2 is where the action really heats up. Picture it like an ancient battle scene straight out of an epic movie. Sieges, chaos, chariots flying by, and warriors storming the city. Nahum describes Nineveh as this once mighty city full of power and riches. But now it's under attack from the Babylonians. Things are falling apart fast. Nineveh's defenses crumble, their warriors panic, and the river gates are thrown open. It's total devastation. All the wealth they hoarded, the treasures they plundered from other nations, gone. Nahum basically says, "Look, Nineveh, you had a good run, but now it's time to face the music. Nineveh's destruction isn't random. This is justice, divine justice. God's not okay with their arrogance, violence, and oppression, and Nahum's prophecy is basically saying, you reap what you sow." Nineveh had been bullying its neighbors for too long, and now the tables have turned. Chapter 3, Nineveh, the "it's not you, it's us" breakup letter. By chapter 3, Nahum has made it clear that Nineveh's situation is hopeless. He starts off with a woe to Nineveh, calling it a city of blood. Ouch. They've built their empire on lies, greed, and violence, and now it's all coming back to haunt them. Nineveh is described as a fallen prostitute, betrayed and abandoned by the nations that once feared her. It's like God saying, "Yeah, you were powerful once, now no one's got your back." Nahum gets poetic here, describing the destruction of Nineveh with images of horses charging, swords flashing, and dead bodies piling up. Not exactly bedtime reading, huh? But the point is clear. Nineveh's reign of terror is over, and there's no going back. Then comes one of the most biting lines in the whole book. Nahum compares Nineveh to Thebes. an ancient Egyptian city that also thought it was invincible until it wasn't. The message? You thought you were special, Nineveh, but guess what? Even mighty cities fall. Nahum's humor. Not exactly belly laughs, but it's there. Okay, so Nahum's not exactly a laugh-out-loud kind of book, but there's a dark humor to the way he describes Nineveh's fall. It's like he's saying, "Oh, you thought you were invincible, huh? Well, look who's scrambling to defend themselves now." Nahum's descriptions of the once proud city scrambling to survive are laced with a bit of irony. The city that used to terrorize everyone is now the one being terrorized. Karma, right? And there's also something almost funny about how the other nations react to Nineveh's downfall. Nahum says that when Nineveh falls, people will clap their hands in celebration. It's like when the playground bully finally gets in trouble and everyone cheers. Nineveh had been the big, bad empire for so long that the world's not going to miss them. The book of Nahum in a nutshell. God doesn't forget injustice. At its core, Nahum is a book about justice. It's about how God doesn't ignore evil, even when it seems like the bad guys are winning. Nineveh might have been powerful for a while, but their day of reckoning came. And while that sounds harsh, it's also reassuring. It's a reminder that God sees the injustices in the world, and He's not going to let them go unchecked forever. But here's the thing. Nahum's prophecy wasn't just about Nineveh. It's also a message for anyone who's ever felt like evil is getting the upper hand. Nahum tells us that God is still in control, and even though it might seem like the world's full of corruption and violence, justice is coming. Maybe not on our timeline, but God's got a plan, and it's going to unfold in His time. So in conclusion, lessons from Nahum. God's justice will prevail. The book of Nahum may be short, but it packs a powerful punch. It's a book that reminds us that no empire is too big to fail, and no injustice goes unnoticed by God. Nahum's message is one of divine justice, where God stands against oppression and violence. But for those who trust in Him, Nahum also offers comfort. God is our refuge in times of trouble, and He will always protect His people. So, what can we take away from Nahum? Simply this: don't mess with justice. Whether it's in our own lives or on a global scale, God cares about fairness, and He will step in when things go too far. Our job is to trust in His plan, live justly, and leave the rest to Him. The Book of Habakkuk. A conversation with God, and a few complaints. The Book of Habakkuk is the hidden gem of the Bible, short, sweet, and full of attitude. Think of it like an intense 3-chapter conversation between the prophet Habakkuk and God, where Habakkuk is basically saying, "Hey God, what's the deal with all this injustice?" If you've ever looked around and thought, "This world is a mess, can someone fix it already?" Then Habakkuk is your guy. He's bold enough to ask the big questions and humble enough to listen when God answers. So, let's dive into this mini-book with a major message. Chapter 1. Habakkuk's Big Question. Why is the world so unfair? Habakkuk kicks things off with a rant, and let's be honest, it's pretty relatable. He's standing there, looking at all the violence and corruption around him, and he goes, "How long, Lord, must I call for help, but you do not listen?" Habakkuk 1 verse 2. Basically, he's saying, "God, I've been hitting the prayer hotline, and it feels like you've put me on hold. What's going on here?" And seriously, who hasn't felt that way? The world looks like it's falling apart, and it seems like God's on vacation. Habakkuk is fed up. He sees injustice everywhere. Bad guys winning, good guys getting trampled, and he's not afraid to ask God why He's letting it happen. God's response? Not what you'd expect. God says, "I'm about to do something that you wouldn't believe even if I told you." Habakkuk 1 verse 5. Habakkuk is probably thinking, "All right, here comes the hero moment." But God drops a bombshell. He's sending the Babylonians to deal with Judah's wickedness. That's like saying, "Oh, you're upset about your neighbors? Don't worry, I've called in the mob to fix things." Wait, what? Chapter 2. Habakkuk waits and waits for an answer. Habakkuk's response to God's plan is essentially, "Hold up, what? The Babylonians? They're worse than us." It's like calling customer service to complain about a faulty product. only to have them suggest sending you an even worse replacement. Habakkuk is seriously confused. He thought God would step in and clean up the mess, but instead, God's solution seems more like chaos on steroids. So what does Habakkuk do? He decides to wait. And not just wait. He climbs up to his watchtower like a guy waiting for his Amazon package, but instead of looking for a delivery, he's waiting for divine wisdom. In Habakkuk 2 verse 1, he says, "I will stand at my watch and station myself on the ramparts. I will look to see what he will say to me." He's basically like, "All right, God, I'll give you a minute. Let me know when you've got an explanation." God's reply comes, and it's not a quick fix, but a long-term vision. He tells Habakkuk to write down the vision clearly so that a herald may run with it. In other words, this is going to take a while, but it's worth the wait. God is still in control, even if the Babylonians seem unstoppable right now. The message? The righteous person will live by faith. Habakkuk 2 verse 4. Translation: Trust me, even when things look bad. Chapter 3. Habakkuk's Song, From Complaints to Praise. By the time we get to chapter 3, Habakkuk has had a major attitude shift. He started out complaining, but now he's singing. Yes, singing. This whole chapter is a prayer set to music, so think of it as ancient worship lyrics with a heavy dose of reality. Habakkuk says, "Lord, I have heard of your fame. I stand in awe of your deeds, Lord. Repeat them in our day." Habakkuk 3 verse 2. He's essentially saying, God, I know you've done amazing things before. Do it again. He goes on to describe God's power in poetic terms. Mountains trembling, rivers splitting, the sun standing still. It's like a highlight reel of God's greatest hits. Habakkuk isn't denying the mess he sees around him, but he's remembering who God is and what he's capable of, and that gives him hope. The best part? Habakkuk doesn't end on a everything's fine note. He's still in the middle of uncertainty, but he says something profound. Though the fig tree does not bud and there are no grapes on the vines, yet I will rejoice in the Lord. Habakkuk 3 verses 17 to 18. In modern terms, even if my life looks like a dumpster fire right now, I'm still going to trust God. That's some next-level faith right there. So in conclusion, Habakkuk, from complaints to confidence. The book of Habakkuk is the ultimate real talk with God. It starts with frustration, but ends in faith. Habakkuk shows us that it's okay to ask God hard questions and even get frustrated when life doesn't make sense. But he also reminds us that faith doesn't depend on everything going right. It's about trusting God even when everything feels wrong. If you've ever wondered why life seems unfair or why God's plans seem confusing, you're in good company with Habakkuk. His journey from complaint to confidence shows us that faith is more about trust than it is about having all the answers. It's about believing that God's in control, even when life feels out of control. The book of Zephaniah. Judgment, doom, and surprise, hope. Welcome to the book of Zephaniah, where things start off dark and a little doomy, but hang in there. It's not all gloom and judgment. If you like your prophet straight talking, Zephaniah is your guy. He doesn't sugarcoat things. In fact, the first couple of chapters might feel like you're getting caught in a heavenly storm of judgment. But stick with it, because by the end, Zephaniah reveals a message of hope and restoration that makes all the intense parts totally worth it. Ready to dive in? Let's go! Zephaniah's main message. Doom, gloom, and more doom. Zephaniah, our prophet for the day, comes on the scene with some pretty heavy news. God is fed up with the idolatry and wickedness running rampant in Judah and the surrounding nations, and he's about to bring the hammer down. Zephaniah doesn't waste any time getting to the point. He's like that friend who cuts right to the chase in a conversation. And the chase here? It's God's judgment. In the first chapter alone, Zephaniah talks about wiping everything off the face of the earth. Everything. It's like God's doing a celestial spring cleaning, and nothing is safe. Not the animals, not the people, not even the fish in the sea. So yeah, the opening of Zephaniah can feel a bit like watching a disaster movie unfold in slow motion. But don't panic, because Zephaniah has more to say than just everything's doomed. The day of the Lord. An epic warning. One of the big themes in Zephaniah is the day of the Lord, which is not your typical happy-go-lucky kind of day. This is a day of reckoning, a day when God's going to set things straight. Zephaniah describes it with some seriously intense imagery. Think darkness, gloom, and trumpet blasts. Basically, this is a no-nonsense day where God is cleaning house. But here's the thing. This day of judgment isn't just about punishment. It's about purification. God's not wiping everything out because he's angry for no reason. He's doing it to get rid of all the sin and injustice that have piled up. It's like when your room gets so messy that you just have to throw everything into a giant trash bag and start fresh. That's what God's up to here. Judgment for everyone. No, really, everyone. Zephaniah doesn't just have bad news for Judah. He's got a whole list of nations that are about to get the godly smackdown. The Philistines? Judgment. Moab and Ammon? Judgment. Cush and Assyria? You guessed it, judgment. It's like Oprah's favorite things. But instead of cars, it's divine judgment. You get judgment, and you get judgment. Everyone gets judgment. Oprah Winfrey voice change. Okay, maybe not the funniest image, but the point is that no one is off the hook. This isn't about picking favorites or showing partiality. Everyone, whether they're inside or outside of Judah, is held accountable for their actions. God's justice is going global, people. But wait, there's hope after all. If you're feeling a little overwhelmed by all this judgment talk, don't worry. Zephaniah doesn't leave us hanging. In chapter 3, the tone shifts dramatically. It's like God takes a deep breath and says, okay, now let's talk about the good stuff. God's character voice. And boy, does the good stuff come. Zephaniah proclaims that after the judgment, God will restore his people. He talks about God gathering the scattered, purifying their lips, and giving them a new hope. Suddenly, the darkness of the previous chapters is replaced by a bright future where God is with his people, protecting them and rejoicing over them. Yep, you got that right. God is rejoicing. One of the most beautiful verses in the entire book is when Zephaniah says that God will rejoice over you with singing. It's a rare glimpse of the emotional side of God, showing us that even after all the judgment, he's still a loving father who finds joy in his people. Restoration, a new beginning for the humble. The key to this future restoration? Humility. Zephaniah makes it clear that God's not restoring just anyone. He's looking for those who are humble and seek righteousness. It's a reminder that while judgment is coming for the wicked, there's always an open door for those who turn back to God. The remnant of humble, faithful people will experience God's protection and love. They won't have to live in fear or shame anymore. Instead, they'll be a part of a new, purified community where God is their leader, their provider, and their protector. So in conclusion, lessons from Zephaniah. So what's the takeaway from the book of Zephaniah? It's a reminder that God's judgment and mercy go hand in hand. Yes, he's serious about confronting sin and injustice, but he's also passionate about restoring and rebuilding his people. The day of the Lord isn't just about destruction. It's about clearing the way for something better. God's ultimate goal is to renew his people so they can live in peace, righteousness, and the full joy of his presence. The Book of Haggai. Get to work, people, and maybe stop procrastinating. The Book of Haggai is like that one friend who shows up when you've been slacking off, gives you a reality check, and then tells you to get your act together. It's short, punchy, and gets right to the point. Haggai's message is simple. Stop making excuses and rebuild the temple already. He's basically a motivational speaker with divine backing, sent to remind the Israelites of their purpose after they've spent years putting off God's work. If you've ever found yourself procrastinating, and who hasn't, Haggai is here to speak some truth into your life. So grab your tools, or at least your metaphorical hammer, and let's start hammering this one home. Chapter 1. Haggai's wake-up call. Prioritize God over Netflix, or whatever you're doing. So here's the situation. The Israelites have returned from exile in Babylon, and they're back in Jerusalem. But instead of rolling up their sleeves and rebuilding God's temple, they've been busy remodeling their own houses. Haggai pops onto the scene and goes, "Is it a time for you to be living in your paneled houses while this house remains a ruin? Haggai 1 verse 4. Translation: You've got time for home improvements but not for God's work? Really? Haggai tells them that their priorities are way off. They're focusing on their own comfort, but everything else in their lives is falling apart. It's like when you put off doing something important and then wonder why nothing else is going right. Haggai says, You expected much, but see, it turned out to be little. What you brought home, I blew away. Haggai 1 verse 9. Ouch. Haggai's basically telling them, hey, you're working hard, but it's not paying off because you're ignoring the most important thing, God. Chapter 2. The encouragement. God's got your back, so stop worrying. After dropping that truth bomb, Haggai gives the people some encouragement. He tells them that even though the task ahead seems daunting, rebuilding a temple is no small feat. God's with them. He says, Be strong, all you people of the land, and work, for I am with you. Haggai 2 verse 4. It's like that pep talk you need when you're overwhelmed with a huge to-do list, and someone reminds you, you've got this and you're not alone. God also promises that this new temple will be greater than the old one, even though it might not look like much right now. Sometimes when we start something, it doesn't look all that impressive, but Haggai reminds us that God's glory will fill it. It's not about how flashy things are on the outside. It's about the presence of God making it extraordinary. Chapter 2. Continued. The promise of blessings, from ruins to riches. As the people finally get to work on the temple, Haggai gives them another message. Blessings are coming. He points out that before they started obeying God, their crops were failing, their work was unproductive, and life just wasn't going their way. But now that they've put God first, He's about to bless them. In Haggai 2 verse 19, God says, From this day on, I will bless you. It's like when you finally stop procrastinating on something important, and suddenly everything else starts falling into place. Haggai's reminding the people and us that when we align our lives with God's priorities, blessings follow. It doesn't mean life is perfect, but things just seem to work out better when we're focused on what truly matters. So, in conclusion, Haggai, stop delaying, start doing. The book of Haggai might be short, but its message is loud and clear. Stop putting off the important things. Whether it's rebuilding the temple or, in our case, focusing on our relationship with God, we're often guilty of delaying what matters most. Haggai calls us out on our procrastination, but he doesn't just leave us hanging. He reminds us that when we step up, God steps in. His presence makes everything we're doing worthwhile, and His blessings are waiting when we finally get to work. So, if you've been slacking on something God's called you to do, whether it's a big project, a small step of faith, or just spending more time with Him, let this be your Haggai moment. Get moving. Trust that God's with you and watch how things start to change. The Book of Zechariah. Visions, prophecies, and flying scrolls. Yep, flying scrolls. Welcome to the Book of Zechariah, where visions are wild, the prophecies are epic, and yes, there's even a flying scroll. If you've never heard much about this book, buckle up, because this minor prophet packs in some major cosmic action. It's got angelic visions, messianic prophecies, and enough symbolism to keep you scratching your head for a while. In a good way. Zechariah might not be the most famous book of the Bible, but it's got a little something for everyone. Hope, encouragement, and yes, some pretty intense dreams. So let's dive into one of the more mystical corners of the Old Testament. Zechariah, prophet, dreamer, visionary, literally. Let's start with our main guy, Zechariah. He's a prophet, but he's not just talking to the people. He's having all these crazy visions that seem straight out of a biblical sci-fi movie. The book starts off with God giving him messages of hope and encouragement for the Israelites, who are trying to rebuild their lives and the temple after returning from exile in Babylon. They've got big dreams, but they're dealing with some pretty heavy discouragement. That's where Zechariah comes in, with his prophetic pep talk and some pretty intense visions to back it up. Visions of the night, horsemen, lampstands, and flying scrolls. Oh my. Now let's talk about those visions. Because if there's one thing Zechariah is known for, it's the wild visuals. First off, we've got the 4 horsemen. And no, they're not from the apocalypse yet. These guys symbolize God's watch over the earth, and they're cruising around checking out what's going on. Then, Zechariah sees a golden lampstand with 7 lamps, kind of like a supercharged menorah, representing God's ever-present light. But wait, it gets better. There's also a flying scroll. Yes, scrolls can fly in Zechariah's world. This scroll represents judgment on those who steal and lie. Picture a giant ancient scroll zooming around, zapping out punishment. Yeah, that's in the Bible. If you're thinking this sounds like something out of a dream after a late-night snack, you're not wrong. These visions are vivid, symbolic, and full of meaning. The crowning of Joshua, a Messiah preview. One of the key figures in Zechariah's prophecy is Joshua the high priest. Zechariah sees Joshua being given clean clothes, symbolizing how God is going to purify the people and make them holy. This isn't just about some guy getting a wardrobe upgrade, though. It's a symbol of restoration and redemption. And it's a pretty clear foreshadowing of the coming Messiah, who's going to take on the role of both king and priest. Zechariah's prophecies don't stop there. He also talks about a branch, a mysterious figure who will bring salvation. Spoiler alert, this is a big-time messianic prophecy pointing forward to Jesus. So even though Zechariah is living in a time of temple rebuilding and political uncertainty, his eyes are fixed on the future and on God's plan to send a savior. Encouragement for the rebuilders? It's not by might. One of the best-known parts of Zechariah comes in chapter 4, where God tells the people, "Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit." In other words, rebuilding the temple and restoring their nation isn't going to happen just because they've got big muscles or fancy strategies. It's going to happen because God is at work. This is one of those verses that you can slap on a coffee mug and instantly feel encouraged. The Israelites were feeling overwhelmed by the task ahead of them, and this message was a reminder that they weren't doing it alone. It's a timeless message for anyone facing a daunting challenge. It's not about how strong or smart we are. It's about letting God's Spirit lead the way. The prophecies, a coming king and a humble donkey. In Zechariah 9, we get one of the most famous messianic prophecies in the Old Testament. Zechariah foretells that the future king, yep, we're talking about Jesus here, will come into Jerusalem, not on a mighty war horse, but on a humble donkey. Fast forward a few centuries, and that's exactly what happens on Palm Sunday, when Jesus rides into town on a donkey, fulfilling this very prophecy. Zechariah's vision of the coming Messiah is one of peace and humility, which would have been a pretty big shock to people expecting a conquering warrior king. But that's the beauty of Zechariah's prophecy. It shows us that God's ways are often surprising, and his plan for redemption is way better than we could ever dream up. So in conclusion, lessons from Zechariah. The book of Zechariah might be filled with strange visions and cryptic symbols, but its message is one of hope, restoration, and future redemption. Whether it's through flying scrolls or prophecies of a humble king, Zechariah reminds us that God is always at work, even in the most overwhelming situations. His visions point us toward a future where God's kingdom is fully established. And through it all, we're reminded that it's not by our strength, but by God's Spirit that his plans are accomplished. The Book of Malachi. When God drops the mic. Welcome to the Book of Malachi, the last book of the Old Testament, where God gives his people one last talking to before a 400-year period of silence. Think of it as God's final mic drop moment before the New Testament kicks off. Malachi might be short, but it's packed with sass, correction, and hope. If you've ever had a heart-to-heart with someone who tells you exactly how it is, but with love, that's Malachi. It's got a "we need to talk about your behavior" vibe, but God still leaves the door open for grace and restoration. Chapter 1. The Great Love Callout. The first chapter of Malachi starts off with a love letter. Kind of. God says, "I have loved you." But the people of Israel respond with a "really? How have you loved us?" So, it's like a teenager rolling their eyes at their parents' reminder of affection. This sets the tone for the whole book. The people of Israel have forgotten all the ways God has shown them love, and now they're wondering why things aren't going their way. God's response is simple. Look at your history. He reminds them of how he chose them over Esau's descendants, the Edomites, and how he's protected and provided for them. It's like God saying, do I really need to explain this? Look at everything I've done for you. Chapter 2. Bad priests and broken promises. Next up, God turns his attention to the priests. Oh boy, if the people thought they were in trouble, the priests are about to get an earful. God says, you've despised my name. And the priests, oblivious, are like, how? What did we do? Cue the facepalm emoji. Here's the deal. The priests had been offering lame sacrifices. Literally. Instead of bringing the best animals to the altar, they were offering up blind, sick, and lame animals. Basically, they were cutting corners and offering God their leftovers, not their best. God's like, would you offer that to your governor? No? Then why are you offering it to me? This chapter is all about honoring God. If you're going to worship, don't do it halfway. Give God your best, not what's convenient. God's basically saying, I'm not some second-tier deity who'll take your scraps. Chapter 3. The tithing talk and more. Chapter 3. Where things get real about tithing. If you've ever been in church and heard a sermon on giving, chances are this chapter was mentioned. God says, will a man rob God? Yet you are robbing me. And the people are like, wait, how are we robbing you? God replies, in tithes and offerings. Here's the gist. The people weren't bringing their full tithes into the storehouse. Instead of trusting God with their resources, they were holding back. And God's like, test me in this. See if I won't throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there won't be enough room to store it. God challenges them and us not to be stingy with what he's given us. It's not about giving to get rich. It's about trusting God with what we have and watching him provide in ways we couldn't imagine. It's the only place in the Bible where God says to test him. But that's not all. Chapter 3 also introduces the messenger of the covenant, who's coming to purify and refine the people, like a refiner's fire. Spoiler alert. This is a foreshadowing of Jesus. Malachi's saying, get ready because God's about to do something huge. Chapter 4. The Day of the Lord. Judgment and Hope. Finally, we arrive at the last chapter, where God talks about the day of the Lord. It's a day of judgment for the wicked, but also a day of healing and restoration for those who honor God. He says, for you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise with healing in its wings. It's both a warning and a promise. God closes out the Old Testament with a call to remember the law of Moses and the promise of the coming prophet Elijah, who will turn hearts back to God before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. It's like the ultimate cliffhanger, leaving the people waiting for the fulfillment of these promises. So in conclusion, lessons from Malachi. Give God your best, not your leftovers. The book of Malachi is a wake-up call for God's people to stop going through the motions and start taking their relationship with him seriously. It's not just about following rules. It's about honoring God with your whole heart, whether it's through your offerings, your worship, or your relationships. Malachi reminds us that God deserves our best, not what's convenient. If we're giving God the leftovers of our time, energy, or resources, we're missing out on the blessings he has for us. God's love is steadfast, and he's always calling us back to him, even when we've strayed. So let's give him the honor he deserves and trust that he will provide for us in ways we can't even imagine.